Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're finally playing some Vicky 3 again. Hello, George Joestar. Welcome to the stream. We just started. Zep is here again.
Hello.
Agonia.
Hey.
Room.
Hello.
And me. So yeah, we're back in our round, and we are still kind of rounding this one out with, like, being in the 1920s. So are we ready to start, by the way?
I am.
I'm still initializing the game
Ah.
for some reason. It's just being slow loading me on. So sorry.
So, should we just actually go right into the elephant into the Wiki 3 room?
I mean, we were chatting before. We could go into.
Yeah,
the details,
I don't know how long Zeb is going to be here, because I think
Okay,
you're still
fair
sick
enough,
if you feel unwell.
Yeah, you've probably got me for about 2 hours.
Yeah, so
We'll see how things go.
yeah,
Sure.
the elephant in the Wiki 3 room. Holy shit, the naval update actually looks good.
Yes.
I was definitely, like, I was worried, but nope. That update, that first.
Basically, everything with the update that I have been talking about in the past of, like, wanting for naval stuff, it feels as if I've been speaking to Martin. Because that's how accurate so many of the things I've discussed.
Maybe he's watching our streams. Who knows?
Like
Maybe.
having supply systems where you stock up and you run out of time.
Yeah.
You run out all the time and you have to go and refill.
Yeah,
And then you have an automatic convoy system where you actually construct. You've made construction sectors into shipbuilding. That is, I've been talking about that since, like, launch, basically.
yeah.
Not
Also,
every time, but, like, come on.
I really love that you now build, like, marine academies that just create crew independently, and you can just assign them, and it's like, thank you, finally.
I would welcome the idea of. So one thing that's really relevant is I don't know exactly how far this went in other countries, but in the U.S. in this time period, we created naval officers academies. So these are universities that are designed for creating naval officers.
Oh, they existed in other countries as well. Yes, that's what they. That's what they. That's what these buildings do.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that, like, these naval academy buildings, I think, should definitely do more than just train up soldiers. That should definitely be, like, their main part, but I think that they should give some kind of, like, innovation bonus for military.
Maybe they do. We don't know fully, but
Did you get naval research colleges and stuff like that?
I feel like you should restart.
Yeah, I'll restart because it's stuck or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's just my perspective. Is that, like, you should definitely have, like, I think having, like, ways to invest into technology beyond
universities,
beyond just universities, is something that I think the game could use, because then you could, like, you could find ways to play it gives more ways to play the game and a bit more, like, player stuff. You can still get your universal innovation from universities, and that's important. But I think adding on to some of maybe a modifier or something.
That you have a little bit of extra on top of that, for example, for military stuff. Like, you could, for example, definitely say that, for example, normal...
Like a modifier for the state. That so, like, you have the naval colleges, the naval building, the naval officers building in the state. It could provide maybe a modifier for military innovation for universities in there. That might be getting a little too granular.
I would probably rather do it so that something like military academies and maybe 2 other types of buildings, I don't know which one yet, just basically give... basically your base innovation comes from literacy and universities. and that depending on which part of research, so like military, societal, and technological, that like for example, if you build military, like naval or military academies, that this increases your military innovation on top.
So a modifier.
So just a modifier, that you need to build a bit more buildings than just universities. I want to also add one thing about the update. Like, I know this was not intended because this was long planned, but them announcing an update where the control of straits for economic and military purposes is going to be a new key factor is indeed very fucking funny timing.
It would give you
It's
a lot
almost-
of reasons to own Gibraltar now. Since you have Alvarez.
No,
It's almost as if like this has been an issue for the past like 200 odd years
Oh yeah, like okay.
plus. Yeah.
Two things I do want to say. First of all, it is going to be very funny because the Strait of Hormuz is going to be important down the line, considering this is where the oil will be shipped through.
Some oil. It's not
Some
that
oil.
much.
So yeah,
No, quite a good bit.
You can just conquer the Ottomans and then you have a land connection.
they would. I think they will still be mainly shipped. But we'll need to see how that. But yeah,
Let's see
Those
if I
two
can
will
make
be-
a train only.
those will be
Or build a
relevant.
pipeline.
Yeah,
I
the
have
pipeline should
the
be.
perfect. I have the perfect image for what happens if someone in the games takes the Strait of Hormuz. I'll put in Coven Gathering.
Oh, memes.
Yes. just send 4 very special operations people down
Sent in
into,
the Helldiverse.
Oh god. Yay, back in.
But like, I want to point, for example, the control of Indonesia is going to be so much more important now.
Yeah.
Because the only other way, to Japan or so would be around Australia, and then we have definitely probably some sort of soft control in South Africa and Argentina.
Yeah, because when you think about it, it becomes untenable. Like if Japan controls Indonesia and Malaysia, it becomes very, very, very inconvenient for anyone other than maybe the United States to invade Japan.
Yeah, it gets. Hey, guess who was the one that kicked Japan's ass when they controlled that? The English Channel is going to be a thing.
The Danish Straits.
Oh yeah,
I really
actually,
hope that they're adding the Kiel Canal.
yeah, that's what I wanted to. By the way, is it really called Kiel
Are
Canal?
they?
Because in Germany it's called the Nord-Ostsee Canal.
I think it is the Kiel Canal.
It
sounds familiar.
In English, it's referred to as the Kiel Canal, but I'm sure that's like the official name that you gave.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
As far as like documentation is concerned, but
that's the
colloquial,
German thing.
It's a canal near Kiel, so it makes
Yeah.
sense to call it that.
They should definitely be able to build that. That is actually a thing they should add, because then you can just like ignore Denmark, which will be very funny. And oh, by the way, if they add that, because they actually have it on the map here now that I realize it, this is the canal. This is not natural paradox. If you hear this should be buildable, but also the bridge across it, the railway bridge, that exists, and you could actually put it in the game because it's actually really cool. It's called the Hochbrücke.
The one near Flensburg.
Yes.
Flensburg, sorry. Yeah.
Yes. You probably
Placed
saw a
on the
video
map
on
of the
it.
game.
I think I probably put it up on the streamer. Die Rendsburger Hochbrücke. But yeah, there are a lot of bridges across that canal, but Yeah, Rendsburger Hochbrücke is like a very, very famous one. And it's pretty cool. But, yeah. I just realized chat isn't working apparently. Can someone type something in the chat, please, in Twitch? Shit.
Wait, going wrong?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's not
Oh,
working.
your chat URL isn't working for
Some reason. Let me just...
An update.
Yeah.
You might need to log into your whatever software you use
Yeah.
or connection.
I think I need to do that. Wait a second. Where was it again? There we go. Chat box. Yeah. Huh. That's not
Okay.
No?
What happened?
I don't know. Can now someone type something?
You can also type something. You have it open, right?
I guess so. Yeah. No! Hey, Sophie, hi, we can... Oh, there it is. It works. It works again.
Okay. Everyone ready?
Supposed to look like... Yeah.
You saved the day, chat.
Revolution in Delhi. Eat shit, British. But the British don't own Delhi in this game. Well, they still...
But they wanted to.
Yeah. Also, can I say one thing that should be a thing, that should actually become a thing in the game with one update? Like, I know the next ones are going to be Japan, Russia, and China, which is like... Can we just, by the way, point out that we are getting the Lenin and the Mao DLC? I just find it very funny. I will just point out, I know there is the whole state, that basically, listen, they're making a Russian Revolution DLC. If you do something with revolutions and such in there, Paradox Interactive, please add the Irish War for Independence. It's been high time that the British have to do a little bit on their own islands. They are way too stable there. I'm just saying that right now. How are you doing?
Historically, it was not that stable.
Yeah.
Yeah, the British, the Irish were like,
Not happy.
Understandably.
oh yeah, absolutely not. Celebratory meow. I mean, you know, it was kind of their land, and as they point out, they were kind of, you know, colonized.
It was their land. Clearly, that land belonged to the Romans.
Oh
Right.
yeah, obviously. Obviously.
Meanwhile, the Romans never stepped foot on the island. Well, maybe they stepped foot at one point, but no, they were just on the main British Isle.
And even that was too much.
Yes. Unless you're Welsh.
Point.
I guess.
Okay, my country is kind of restabilized because I almost went into a bankruptcy spiral just by the game ticking once and restarting calculations.
Again? Okay, but how many times... Okay, how much money do I still blow up your ass, by the way?
Look, the wars that I've fought for you have kind of gotten me to be paying 157k interest. I'm trying to get out of that right now.
You know what? Yeah, fair point. But also, like, you're kind of my attack dog at this point. I just give you money and you attack.
Interesting. I
do a good job at it.
I know.
I do not have that much interest, ironically. I only pay 45k.
Interesting. They had a bit of a frank discussion
on the change to the interests.
Oh yeah, they had a bit of a frank discussion about that. That's true, Sophie. There were like lots of troubles up until very recently, actually.
But yeah, interests are working differently now. Well, not now, but soonish.
Yeah, they haven't gone into detail, but it sounds like basically just like inherently the level at which you are active in a region. So the number of your treaties, the number of like, I'm gonna assume that buildings are also relevant here. So like, I probably like owned GDP is the number that they'll go with. But all of those things combined are probably gonna like affect what you're allowed to be involved in with. So like, if you're local, you're involved in everything. If you're a low interest thing, a low interest level, you probably can't get involved in a local war between two local nations.
Yeah, that's probably a big part, but also I do think this will probably also just make it so that the AI is probably not going to be involved in a lot of wars anymore. Like, remember how fast everything just spiraled into a world war because, like, all the great powers just have interest everywhere? Well, now they will probably have way more limited interests in regions, so...
Yeah.
Because even though they have a quote-unquote interest, that interest isn't always in reality. Britain's doing something against the Zulu. Let's go to a World War III.
Yeah, that's...
Or the First World War.
Or how was it like this game? Every time I attacked Russia, Brazil joined them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, I think that this kind of system, because as the game continues and as time goes on, the world's going to become more interconnected and more globalized, if you want to use the term.
I mean, that's correct.
Which means that people are going to have more more intersecting interests, which then in turn creates the situation in which a great war can naturally form, instead of having a mechanic for a great war. Although they should have something that is like an escalation of warfare or whatever.
I mean, I wonder if they're gonna make something like so this it is kind of a stupid mechanic in Hearts of Iron 4, and I know we shit enough on Hearts of Iron 4 on this channel, but I feel like at least in the later stages there being a sort of world tension meter that just makes, like, aside from alliances, diplomacy really hard.
I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, I cannot really formulate it.
I would probably try and find something that's thematically in between the the world tension system and the system in EU5. Although, but this would be like the ideal form of infamy in that when a certain number of countries have too much infamy, as that goes up, countries are more willing to find to join groups or get like protection, basically.
Yeah.
So, like, if global infamy is a certain level, which would, I guess, be an equivalent to world tension, you'd have that like, oh, we should join an empire or something.
Yeah. I think there's something like that, or make alliances, because that's the thing. Yeah. World War One basically was kicked off due to alliances or guarantees, and I think the big part is that right now everything just like devolves into one big war, and I think while the new interest system might limit that to more localized things, I do think there should be like some form of endgame crisis, quote unquote. It's like,
start of World War II.
I mean, no. This is like World War One should be the thing that is like the final thing you're working towards to survive.
The final arc, maybe.
Hmm? Something like that.
Arc,
yeah.
Sorry.
And then maybe have an achievement about preventing World War One somehow, which is, I don't know how you could do that, but.
If you put enough people in a room and only let them out, if they can come up with a good idea, you get it sooner or later.
They'd probably have to. The way I would do it is assuming that I'm creating a system in which players can influence the lead up to a war, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I would create a system in which it says from 1900 on, prevent wars started between more than one great power. So like you can have one great power fight another great power, but you can't. But if it would break the achievement run, if say more than two great powers were involved in a war, or maybe four. It depends on how they want to calculate things.
I mean, it's there is just a lot to think about how to do that, but like. I mean, I do think that considering this year is the naval rework, and like we still need to see how the how's it called? We still need to look how the shipbuilding and all looks like, but I can definitely see that next year the next main update, so next year, is general warfare and how that works. Probably also themed around World War One, because let's just not forget that one of the end of the Victorian era was World War One, and World War One was a thing that was inevitable due to the two factors of ever increasing naval capacities and technology, and also subsequently military expansion. Like, keep in mind, they went in terms of like weaponry, ships went from being like wooden sailboats with front-loaded cannons, where you still had stuff like powder monkeys running around, to just metal dreadnoughts that were
Pirates of the Caribbean to battleship.
Yeah, that is the naval development. I think they are finally there. But like in terms of weaponry, the weaponry is like they started with front-loaded flintlocks. Like, keep in mind, those were still movable guns that where you put in like the powder and then hammered in a lead ball, and then fired that in lines. And at the end of this period...
Brain weaponry.
What?
It's very smooth brain weaponry. You just put the stuff in the thingy, and then you point and you shoot.
And at the end of this period, you had quite literally rifled guns with, modern ammunitions using smokeless powder. That's the shit we're using today.
Napoleon would be sad because you can't scare people with smoke anymore.
On the other hand, by the way, he would still be proud considering that smokeless powder was a French invention and massively increased the range and lethality of guns. Looks at the Prussian-Danish War about what that difference did. Yeah. It's like I think that is
another thing that I would like to see is, so I know that I talked about the whole like military investment thing, or the military research investment thing.
Yeah.
Essentially, I thought is that they could do a little bit more of the Civil War and the treaties involving military assistance. I think military assistance should increase tech spread for the receiving nation. Does it not already? Let me double check.
I don't think so.
Let's see. They get 10% tech spread. There you go. I do think that there should be like an event for people being involved, for anyone providing support to one of the sides in the U.S. Civil War, if it happens, because that's what happened. Is like Prussia sent military advisors to the north, and we saw pieces of early trench warfare. This
and like also,
I think that those moments, you could even make it like generic.
I think one of the big things about that is, in my opinion, that similar to how ships are now entities, I do think. You know what? I just realized what they could do, and this would actually work.
What?
Okay, so basically, they changed it so that they will change it that in terms of naval, you build marine headquarters, marine headquarters or marine academies where they recruit crew, and then you assign crew to then you assign crews to ships, right? Now, if we want to rework how warfare in terms of weaponry and such works, you just need to add a building type called, arsenals, and they stock rifles that you can assign to your troops. Also, what the fuck, America? Do you want to die? They want Rio Grande and New Mexico. Supported by Finland and Mombasa.
Oh god, the interest system is completely fucked.
I help.
Oh, you help me?
Yeah, I'm getting Texas.
Oh, can you send me the thing?
How? It's not even in the phase where I can join.
It's okay. The single brain cell is working.
So we have no rivalry with each other. How about we just make treaties then?
Yeah.
We're becoming friends.
Except
now we can build in each other.
Okay.
Ask for war bonds, conquer state. I need more oil. The Americans don't do shit with the oil.
This is going to be fun.
Yes, the Baku Oil Company will own America.
Transfer subject. What can I could have Finland.
Oh yeah, they own Finland.
You know what? Fuck it. I want Finland. Also.
Oh yeah, I forgot American Finland is a thing in this.
And
Somehow.
do I want to also grab Haiti? Then my infamy would be higher. You know what? Liberate country, New Africa, Louisiana, Cherokee. Louisiana should be bigger. I'm sorry. By the way.
I'm going onto the small front.
How
Okay.
so? How so do you think the Louisiana releasable should be bigger?
It's just Louisiana.
If you
what
mean
did you
the
say,
whole Louisiana, if you mean it should be the whole Louisiana territory, then I understand where you come from with that, but that was
Nai
just
wants the whole purchase. She wants to get what she purchased it all for. Or at least the French did, so I kind of technically did, but...
With regards to the Louisiana Purchase, the French only had influence in Louisiana proper, like the state of, like the territory that we see right now on the map for the state. They only kind of, sort of, on paper, had the wider claim to the area. But even then, there weren't even, like, trappers up that far. It was all.
I know.
That's why there was the whole. Like,
But it would. I know, but it would still be very funny that if you could do that, because the USA needs something like that besides New Africa.
I would say, like, if you're gonna create like a. If you're gonna have like the Cajun culture be more relevant, then sure. Like you could. You could give the releasable a claim to the territory. It would be the same as the whole Mongolian thing as a releasable, where you only release the core Mongolian states, but they have like claims. I mean, you wouldn't call it homelands, but still. So it wouldn't be the same as that, but similar. In 12 months, I'll be allowed to make money again.
I still have the Victoria 3 endgame crisis, keeping my balance negative.
I think I can still grab Arizona.
Yeah, no problem. See, it's green again. Terrible.
Because then Deseret is connected to me, and I can say, "Hi, Deseret." The Mormons should just not be that much boxed in. They should have, like, a bit of Spanish people to the south.
Are you sure you're not going to colonize the Mormons?
What?
Are you sure you're not going to colonize the Mormons?
Later. I will do later.
Later. Uh-huh.
The Mormon market. It's very funny if we do...
Then maybe you could tell the Mormons that it's okay to drink on Saturday. Or Sunday. Actually, Saturday I feel like is a little too mean.
I'd say Saturday actually, because they got church on Sunday.
So I think the USA is getting
the Latter-day Saints. The rest day is on.
It's Sunday.
The rest day on. It is.
It is. It is always Sunday.
It's Sunday. Are you thinking of Jehovah's Witnesses, maybe? Or
that's what I'm thinking of. That's what.
Yeah. The Mormons are more stereotypically Christian.
One of my old friends has a family that's Jehovah's Witnesses. So,
okay. That's what you're thinking.
What do you mean with more stereotypical Christians, considering they...
Closer than the Jehovah's Witnesses, I guess.
Okay, the Jehovah's
That's kind of what I meant, sorry, yeah.
Okay, but the Jehovah's Witnesses are Gugu Gaga. Okay, the Mormons are also Gugu Gaga, but that's a different topic.
Religion's kind of Gugu Gaga, to be honest, but...
Yeah.
Depends on your flavor of Gugu.
By the way, have you seen what recently happened with the Pope? Him calling universal healthcare a moral imperative?
Well, I guess that's a good
pretty
thing.
Sure that
It's a good thing.
I feel like that's not the first time that's happened.
Yeah, but also
it
like
is relevant.
I mean, also case in point, he's the first pope that experienced the American healthcare system. And then I think some Republican called him the woke Marxist Pope or something like, hell yeah. Don't sell the Roman Christians to me. Battle in New York. Yeah, we're definitely battling across the Bronx. Imagine Americans getting their ass kicked by Ottomans walking through Manhattan.
Weird, right?
You know what? I think someone should make like a video game, like a modern or futuristic battlefield like military game where like alternate history, the Ottoman Empire still exists, their naval invading the USA. Would be a fun banner to fly in Manhattan. And it's the Ottomans. The Ottomans were kind of alright.
For the time, I guess.
For the time. Then again, when we talk about how's it called, empires and such, they all had their weirdnesses. God, I wish if we'd live in a world conservatives think. Yeah, I mean, I need to break it though. The popes for 2 generations now have been pretty solid, I will say. Pretty solid popes. I will not be against them that much. So
At least on most issues.
yeah, they've generally been more like, hey, maybe the Christian church, the Roman Catholic Church, should not be about having wealth, and the money that they get should actually be spent on poor people to make the world a better place. And maybe, just maybe, the fundamentalist principle of how everyone interacts should be empathy. And I'm like, you know what? I can get behind that. I can.
There are some issues with, like, women's right, like access to abortion.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the big ones. But hey, you know what?
But other than that, on a lot of topics, they're pretty gosh darn good, which is nice.
You know what? It is nice to know there is at least one institution in the world that seems to actually care about people and has the funding to actually do something about that.
For now.
Does it have? Okay,
They are still doing a lot. They're still doing a lot.
Are they?
lot.
Okay.
Like, you need to keep in mind a lot of humanitarian. Basically, the second biggest spender on humanitarian aid across the globe was always the Catholic Church. First one was the USA. So, guess who's picking up that slack?
Or Connecticut gets 20% more mortality.
Oh, did you hear about some of the stuff? I know it was in southern Africa. Mm-hmm. Was it Zimbabwe or something like that? Where essentially, what limited aid is still going out, they were essentially trying to use it to force stuff like Zimbabwe to give them more access to like critical mineral rights and stuff like that. So it's like we're not going to give you medicine for AIDS, unless you give us more.
It's just a fucking mafia. It's just a fucking mafia.
I've been saying since his first election that Trump wants to be. He looked at The Godfather and decided that's who I am.
Yeah,
that's be Don.
That's quite literally
He
true.
literally has people.
I know.
He literally has people call him Don.
Yeah.
Doesn't Don actually? No, it's more specifically Italian, isn't it? Historically, as a word.
Don as a word is Italian.
Yeah. I was gonna say it'd be funny if he wanted people to call him Jefe.
But also, Don is technically, it is kind of an actual nickname for Donald.
True.
Donnie...
Just given his name, but yeah. What do you mean Iran is? Oh, Morocco.
Mombasa is in the fold. Yeah, I'm literally sitting on it. But yeah, the woke Marxist Pope line just kind of ended me when I saw it. I was just like, God damn it.
No wonder there's so little oil on the market. Let's build it up. Yeah, it's not building oil.
I am building. Wait.
You have a lot of oil stuff.
Okay, you know what? Fair point.
Don't worry, I have like 20k construction sitting on.
On my oil? Maybe not. No, not that. That is.
Well, you can invest in my oil too if I hadn't built it already.
I've built up a decent amount of my oil. Not a lot of it, but some of it.
I'm producing 108k oil.
I also don't have a lot of oil myself, so.
Yes, you're Japan.
It's like
there was a reason that the Japanese Empire expanded with resources.
Yeah, oil and rubber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're curious about how that worked out in history, look up Japanese expansion on Google.
Oh God, no! yeah, definitely do that. Then oh God.
Although it's being built up, this will only be good for the world. Yeah! I mean, not that I already built... Oh boy, 2 streams back to back where I built an oil empire.
And technically speaking, okay, if this game would go longer, like if Victoria would go into the current times and stuff, would be really interesting if you just never went onto oil just to invest in solar earlier.
Well, depends what you mean by earlier. Do you mean like the 1960s or like
probably something like
early
that.
2010s, maybe?
Well,
even then, it's kind of
like if there.
I think
if you put basically a lot of your state's money into researching and optimizing that technology from its inception. Then it should...
Well, it's also kind of largely played off the whole semiconductor industry, because all solar panels are semiconductors.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure you could maybe go, like, the first ones came about in the 1960s and they were kind of terrible back then. It's only through, like, iteration and evolution they've actually been able to get quite good, but...
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, just...
But I don't know, like, if you could power the whole US by, like...
you can.
Yeah.
Technically you can.
No. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about back then.
Back then, depends. Like, as I said, the point is to, like, alter history by investing earlier in the technology itself.
So the problem with powering the US as a country with solar is it's not like, do we have the land or the technology? Because that's not a problem. The problem is actually a combination of storage and surge power. Because we actually so with power networks, you actually need something that has higher output levels to deal with surges of usage. And
that would be
to some extent, you can predict some of it.
But you can't predict all of it.
Yeah, you can't predict all of it, and so you need in order to properly power a country, you need to diversify your input sources. Not
the input sources, but like you need to just spread it out. You need to decentralize it mainly. Like you should have wind, you should have hydro, you should have solar, but you need to spread it out mainly and connect.
You should also have nuclear as well.
No, that's actually not even necessary. That's quite literally a lie. It's not necessary. That's what you need to keep in mind. That is something that an industry that is currently kind of dying tries to say because they don't want to die. Like,
well, I'm saying that because you need to because the the energy produced for like the surge levels and stuff like that is valuable for that. I'm not saying this would essentially replace using, say, oil and natural gas. And coal.
What again? You don't need it. If as hydro storage and even extended battery storage is already enough for most. You don't need that. That is like
hydro is relatively small in most cases, though. So
it's also limited by geography.
Yeah, but the thing is, hydro as a storage
battery has limitations.
Again, hydro as a storage works, but also again, you mostly need to just to have better interconnectedness of your grid. You do not need to have like we need to slam more shit down. You don't need that. You generally do not need that. That is very, very false thinking in terms of how such an infrastructure works. By the way, the whole you need that as a baseline already came from, by the way, the coal and gas industry, and even there it was demonstrably not the case.
I'm not saying it's needed as a baseline. You need it in parts of your networks. And also the US is too vast in order to have one singular network. It has to be regionalized.
You can connect those networks. That's doable. That is doable, actually.
You can have interconnects as well, which I know they have started doing with Texas and the US.
The thing is, more like you definitely need to spread out your network more. That is one thing, but the whole we need some sort of baseline is again. It is wrong thinking. This is not how electricity grids work or how they can function.
I haven't said anything about a baseline, though.
True. Yeah, but like the whole, you need something that replaces the coal generators. Again, that is basically done by, like, again, that is usually enough to have some hydro. Because, like, the main thing people keep saying about wind and solar is when they're like, oh, but what about those times when, during the night when there's no wind? And again, first of all, the last time this happened in any major capacity, for example, in Germany, was, I think, 3 to 4 years ago. It happened twice that year. And it was a rare occasion. Twice for a few hours. Thing is, mostly this was already covered by hydro. And again, the more interconnected your networks are, the more during those times, which, will usually be at night, they can be covered by very different input sources than just, needing to have some coal or so backup.
Coal, nuclear.
And the irony is, by the way, coal and or gas would ironically be, as backups to a degree, more useful at that point. And you know why?
No, we don't know why.
Because you can turn them on and off. Like, that is the main, let's just keep as a period. The main upside of coal and or especially gas is you can turn them on and off. Sure, you need to.
And that's why you have batteries, essentially.
Exactly, that's why you build batteries. But like
the one slight issue with batteries is grid synchronization. Yeah, you can do the whole flywheel thing, but that's why it's so much easier with the grid inertia to have some sort of spinning turbine.
Yeah,
and that's kind of where something a bit more along the lines of biomass, hydro, maybe nuclear, depending on your view.
That's what I'm kind of getting at with the
but that's the thing, by the way.
Nuclear passively operate. You'd have it passively operating, and then if necessary, you could.
But then, the ideal sort of thing is where you've got like hydro, nuclear is like 20% of the grid, but 80% of the grid is wind, solar, batteries.
But here's the thing I want to point out, by the way.
First of all, can you put in the war goals? We can soonish.
Make peace, humiliate, conquer, transfer, liberate, return. Okay. Thing is, what I want to point out here is, you say this about with spikes, but here's the problem, okay? if we want to cover that, again, nuclear is really inefficient at doing that. Again, the thing about nuclear is, if you build them, they need to keep running until they are basically, until you need to build them back. And again, I will just point out, I will remind everyone, building back a nuclear power plant is horrendously expensive, takes it takes really big amounts of time, and like again, we're currently rebuilding one, and we are still decontaminating it since the 90s. So this is like 30 years already. The thing is just, again, when you want to have something against spikes, you need something that you can quickly turn on and off, and at that point,
yeah, it's -2.
Propose can't.
Scroll down. Keep an eye on it.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is that that at that point having something like hydrogen or biogas as a backup is much better.
Hydrogen's not going to happen. Hydrogen's not going to happen.
Hydrogen would be another option because you need to store something.
It's an option, but it's
not a good one.
Trust me, not a good one. I know. You don't need to tell me that. The thing is more
batteries are way better.
The batteries are way better, yeah. Because like the big problem is like your
round cycle efficiency with hydrogen is at best 50%. Batteries are 95% roughly. So
yeah. Again, having
cost wise, there's
having big battery chains is just way better than just like slamming billions into one type of power plant that usually just produces 1 or 2 gigawatts constantly. Costs a lot to operate, and again, costs even more to get rid of. Again, you also need to solve the whole. And I need to point this out. You need to find a storage place, and you need to kind of deal with the whole, how do we leave like future generations all this like literal waste behind? That is a big moral question that needs to be answered. And overall, batteries are just better.
Hold on. The thing with nuclear waste has been solved. It's not a problem.
It is not solved. No.
It's not a problem in the cases of countries that like
actually build it, like Korea.
No, that's not the point.
The main issue with nuclear is regulatory, like hindrance. Essentially,
no,
regulatory hindrance and skills.
Stop really here. What the fuck? No. I mean, like generally, you say this is solved, but like, listen, finding a place to store it, that is one thing. But also, again, you need to store it and keep it safe for millions of years.
Not millions, but
millions. It is at least 10,000 years. And like again, these are time spans that we need to cover and make sure that these storages don't get cracked open. This is like not solved. It is far from solved. Again, why should we just keep building shit that is like, again, we can just subsidize with batteries that just do not leave this trash behind? That is just the economic question here, by the way. Not the economic and moral question. Why should we do one thing that is just factually more expensive and the worst option for the problem than the other?
Because there's not enough lithium on the planet to build enough battery to do all that.
You know that we're currently building batteries that don't use lithium?
Sodium, they are fading in the market currently.
And that's the thing, we also don't need that many batteries. As I said, a grid stability is the main thing. Stability and interconnectivity is the main thing. We do not need this many batteries.
Oh, it need a lot more than compared to right now, at least.
Yeah, but that's not the amount that is described here. Yeah, the USA doesn't want to sign up to the peace deal.
Capitulate sooner or later.
I know.
The war support is dropping.
Oh yeah, the war support is fucked for them.
Yes. Because they have like 770k dead.
Who needs oil? We have electric trains everywhere. There should at least be electric trains everywhere. I think nothing is probably more obvious than...
Also, the thing about market is like being successful at the market doesn't really tell you anything about the technology, except maybe its current state. Like in a money-based capitalist society, which doesn't say much. At best, you could say we need to, if we want to use it, put more money into it to find out how to make it more efficient. Sure. That's definitely a question.
I do also think it is worth saying none of us are grid engineers at all.
True.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's kind of...
But the only people...
difficult to make broad statements on things.
The only thing I can say is that only people being paid by the nuclear lobby and the nuclear lobby itself is arguing for this kind of thing with nuclear.
The problem with that is that there's still like ingrained fear about nuclear. That's unreasonable fear.
That's not the
From
point.
No, that's
post Cold War era.
That's
No,
one.
these
That
are
is,
real
you know, that's a thing. That's an ingrained fear, but this is also nowadays put forth as a point against that. When again the main points against nuclear are just like strictly economic, and then people come up, oh, but you know, we're leftists, we should live in a, and even in a leftist society, all the other options are just better because again we can build wind etc. faster, and then you will hear shit like, oh, wind is killing birds, like wind energy is like killing birds en masse. Yeah.
Way less well, actually, no, cats are... well, cats actually are a big threat to wild birds, to be honest.
Yeah, but like, you know, that's a thing that then comes up, which is at this point you can smell how much they want to fish for emotional arguments against it, because they're like, oh no, this kills birds. And the other thing is radioactive for an extremely long time, and we need to store it somewhere safe, and have literal, you know, science groups about how can we design the whole storages that no one will enter them and be clear, even if, you know, they literally waited until the very end. Anyway, hey, cool, the Ottoman Empire is here. How are you, fellow neighbor?
I'm building oil. That's what I'm gonna do. Take you later.
So, I will just guarantee New Africa because I think they are nice. Again, the most arguments are economic. Like, this isn't about, oh, fear and such. Like, yeah, I know a bunch of stuff afterwards was based on fear because of Chernobyl, etc., but like...
Chernobyl was like, I don't know how stupid one can be.
Yeah. Nowadays,
Yeah,
it is
people
still...
don't know that.
Yeah, but
And they
nowadays...
don't think that.
Yeah, nowadays it is really just an economic
Good that
thing.
we aren't those people and nobody has put forth that argument in this conversation.
Yeah. You need to... that's like really the big thing of...
I discovered oil and fast. That took a long time.
Hello, Finland, by the way.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Huh?
The fuck?
What happened?
How did
What?
the East Indies has been made free just on its own? I had no input.
Oh yeah, the East Indies are just oh, what?
Interesting.
How the hell did
What?
that happen? What?
Eat them. I can make them a dominion. What the fuck?
Why are they at war with Bengal? The fuck?
Also, why can I even make things a
Yeah, you
dominion?
owned them.
Yeah.
What happened here?
Also, for some reason, I can make him a dominion, even though it should be a protectorate. Like, I am a recognized country.
That's a system in the game. The East Indies are recognized. They're insignificant. There's a large enough gap.
It should still be a protectorate at that point.
Yeah.
Protectorate puppet. That's how it goes for if I'm recognized. And
Yeah, I think what happened is Bengal declared war on the East Indies, and I never got allowed to be part of that war.
So
Which then
big
canceled
fuckery.
the treaty of them being my subject, which,
makes no sense.
yeah. And it would cost me 77 infamy to get them back.
I don't know if we can, like, put the infamy out, but we could at least let them give up as soon as you subjectify them again.
This game definitely needs a few more things to.
Yeah. But
But
really have the worst luck this round.
About that, by the way, yeah, we should have more electric trains. The whole oil dependency really is just like, isn't it? How much nuclear waste is produced annually by average power plant? Is it too much to be a serious problem? Okay, let me put it like this. If you, it would be a good,
What? Stop.
yeah, it would. Okay, let me put it like this with serious problem. This is really just a part of framing, but like generally in your mind, nuclear waste is a problem because again, it is something that that just again needs to be. Yeah. Okay.
You can talk. I look shit up.
Because I think it was like around 20. Like if you need
20 what?
20 metric tons, I think.
No.
Was it that?
Never.
Annually?
You're talking about one power. Stop guessing.
Yeah, I just want to.
You don't know.
I watched.
You don't know.
Okay. What do you say? How do you look
I do not say anything. I'm just
Okay.
wanting you to admit that you don't know.
I don't know the numbers right now.
Thank
Okay.
you.
But the thing is, technically, it is not a lot. It's just also shit you need to, again, keep putting in the ground at some point. Because, also crucially, people are like, oh, but we can recycle.
You can recycle. There will be some that you do need to put in the ground, but it depends on how much recycling that you do of the
First
fuel.
of all, can I say here? Recycling is deceptive in this point. Because yes, on paper, recycling exists. Yes, it works. Now we're getting into the facts here. First of all, we basically only have one recycling plant in the world right now. And La Havre. And by the way, they're constantly working on improving the recycle method. They only have made marginal improvements since they built the plant. Also, the plant consumes a shit ton of water per year and is already overloaded, which is not good. Second of all, and here's the next big thing. Yes, you can get a bunch of stuff out of fuel rods that you can make into MOX fuel. Problem is, MOX fuel still needs a certain amount of just fresh uranium or plutonium to be usable again. Now, here's the thing. You do get some plutonium out of that, which you could theoretically use again, but it's so minimal amounts of plutonium, you can't even, so it's not really recycling because, like, what you put in, you do not get fully usable out again. It's just basically keeping stuff in there, and there will still be waste. There will still,
Two things. Can we just take care of the East India thing?
That we
Have you attacked them yet?
Well, they need to first end their war with Bengal.
Should I end it?
Bengal is stealing part of their territory, which is what I was going to protect.
Yeah,
then I will just end the war by surrendering them.
Yeah, and surrender Bengal.
Yep. No, sorry.
Bengal needs to surrender.
Yeah, I will just... There are still some major problems in here. But yeah, that's a big thing to keep in mind. Bengal capitulates. Yes.
I'm going to demand make dominion to them once.
And you switch to the East Indies and accept that's
yeah. Then
there it is.
Okay, thank you.
no problem.
All it cost me was making me notorious for the best. Well, I'm basically not going to be able to attack for the rest of the game, which is fine.
Also, at least German state sources. Quantities of waste. As many as 1,750 casks of spent nuclear fuel will result from the operation of the nuclear power plants. This corresponds to a waste volume of around 27,000 cubic meters.
That's a lot still.
It misses context a bit. Because, like, waste volume in which time? Over which time?
That's from...
Simply over the whole life of the plant, which is about 30 to 40 years.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is not that much long of an operating time, considering how much money you put into there. Like, that is also another thing about solar. The amount of waste solar produces, and, like, the thing is, only the solar cells that we basically can't recycle right now, and we could, by the way, that's, like, one thing where they just need to start building the processes, is way less in comparison. But yeah, also, again, the next thing is that depending on where you build a nuclear power plant, it just has problems, because you need to keep in mind, nuclear power plants still eat a lot of water. Like, for example...
Just gonna put this out there so that people understand. Pretty much every single way in which we generate, almost every single manner in which we generate energy and electricity, with the exception of, I think, solar and wind, is literally just make water hot.
Yeah, which is kind of insane that we use, it's kind of insane that we basically burn uranium to make water hot. But, like, also a thing here is you need constant water sources. Now, again, if we talk, for example, about Central Europe or so, less of a problem. But, like, the more we go down, there starts to be, like, a very big belt across the globe where that's not really useful to have this much water. And also
We have also the problem, like, France, with how much climate change we already have, had literally the problem that they did not have enough water in the rivers anymore to run their power plants. So
Worse even.
So they needed to draw more, and thus they released the water hotter.
Yeah,
And that then in turn obviously killed a lot of fish.
yeah, like, I know people like to hold up, oh, look, that one nuclear power plant in Florida created a safe haven for crocodiles. I'm like, yes. And in France, they boiled the fish. What is your point here?
That's where the whole thing is, that you don't do energy en masse, not necessarily. You need to do local considerations for all these things, because otherwise you're going to end up in situations where you're going to be impacting the environment in some manner that's incorrect, that's like dangerous, or you're going to cause problems in local communities.
Yeah, it's
to, like the livability status. And so it's why you need to diversify your energy sources. It's why you need to do actual research into like what kind of energy is best suited for what areas. You need to do environmental impact studies as well. Like, that's one of the problems with solar right now, and not that there's a problem with solar particularly. It's just that we haven't, due to lobbies, of course, we haven't gotten proper studies done for like what solar we can safely put where without significantly impacting.
Can I say one thing here? True. We actually have a bunch of data about that in recent years, thanks to China, by the way.
And China, yes.
Yeah,
but
and
again,
turns out
in those regions.
And turns out, by the way, solar is really good for the environment. Actually, no, I'm not kidding here. See,
It depends. It depends.
No, I mean that, because you need to keep in mind, one of the big things that solar panels create, and this would actually be really useful, for example, in the USA also, is they create microclimates. And we know that because this kind of started coming up more and more and more recently, because like one of the things everyone was saying, oh, but what does they do when you put them all over a big area? Well, in China, they did that. Like, one guy did that in a desert area. They're now having sheep eating the grass there. Literal farmers are returning because the microclimates beneath the solar panels made it so that grasses and other shrubbery were able to come back and conserve water better. And this had an effect of creating basically a lot of like islands that then could spread out into the desert, because they had basically these sheltered pools of soil to spread out from.
That's not. Here's the thing, though. Yeah, so that's a byproduct of the solar, not like the fact that having solar there causes that solution. You can actually see how this same effect happens in it's called Western Africa. Yeah, Western Africa, like on where a lot of African nations created not solar farms, but they created like ditches on the edges of the Sahara in order to let greenery encroach on the
especially in the Sahel region. Yeah, they did that to regreen it. And
that's again, an example of that. But also you need to understand that like there's microclimates, and then there's also like how the environmental situation of regions affect other regions as well. And another thing that the Chinese have done that's caused problems with solar is when they put masses of solar panels over some rivers, and that actually harmed the plant life and animal life inside the rivers for that areas. So we do know that we don't want to eliminate or reduce significantly sunlight into environments in some areas.
I mean, with rivers, that is good to know, but like also the thing is, again...
You know what that means? We do know.
We do know where we put it. Because in every other region, they are actually really good. It's really good.
What's that? Countries are backing out of agreements with me now because I'm notorious.
Yep. Not good. But yeah, like for example, big parts of, for example, Iberia, the Sahel region, they would be perfect to actually build solar farms because again, raised solar panels could produce a massive amount of electricity for the region, while also allowing farmers to like have crop planting and field and herding animals in a much safer environment because microclimates, shade, etc. They're really, really useful in that regard. Why do I have so much bureaucracy minus right now?
Check your supplies for your businesses, for your bureaucracy buildings.
Seems everything to be in order. Ah, there. Planes. Am I importing and why? Rubber. Sugar. Making sugar ourselves. But yeah, I mean, but I will say mainly we should have switched a lot more to electricity because, like, again, the whole thing with Iran is just highlighting basically the fact that we should have been oil independent a long time ago in some shape or form.
And you know what the worst part about it is? We've known this since the 70s. Like, remember the oil crisis in the 70s? Basically, what happened is that basically OPEC states just squeeze the world market. And there were a lot of pushes back in the back during that time to actually like switch to electricity. Like, for example, the reason the USA has the Acela train nowadays is a direct result of basically Carter. Yeah, President Carter was it. Calling a program into motion to actually to look into the electrification and building of high-speed rail in the USA to make them more independent from oil. And this whole thing was the moment it was basically over, everyone just went back to business because I guess we thought that would never happen again. Which is
funny. People don't learn lessons.
It is so aggravating to think about it because, like, again, and you know what? You know what the irony is? What country actually learned that lesson?
No one.
Oh, China did. Because the one country that is the least impacted right now from the Strait of Hormuz thing is China. Because in the last years, they have built a high-speed rail network, electrified their rail network in general, switched a lot of people off of gas-powered cars to electric cars, and they are just much more robust right now.
Yeah, you're forgetting something that's really significant to why they're not very affected right now. They have a pipeline in which they're buying basically all of Russia's oil.
I know that they're doing that, but like, also you need to
more than they need.
But also a big thing is, they still do not need a lot in comparison. Also, like, again, just so you know, everyone, Russia has two oil fields, the eastern and the western. They're blocked by the Ural Mountains. They're not connected. The stuff that comes from the eastern is basically going down to China. Yes, but that's it. They do not need that much oil overall. The thing is, there is a truth to the whole they can buy cheap oil right now. But also, I need to point out that they are still electrifying at a faster rate than everyone else in the world. Which is also due to the oil will run out at some point. And it just makes sense if we would, get off of oil in like a major way and fast. Like, this is one of the things why I will say we need to focus on building as much wind and solar and such right now, because you can build those fast. We need more clean energy sources fast, not in years. We need them now. We need to build the grid now. We need to do all of that now. And that's the thing we need to think about, right? It's like the major problem. So if I attack Venezuela, Ukraine would come to help. Okay.
That makes sense.
I guess. By the way, Agonia, do you need help? Sure. Can you actually fight them easily?
I can. That's not a problem. It's just Germany.
They have a bit more troops than you do.
They don't. I've switched to another thingy, and now I have a shit ton of battalions I can use.
Oh. I will still liberate Denmark if that's okay.
Yeah. Liberate. There's actually nothing I want from them.
But yeah, by the way, Kate, so I looked a few things up. So first of all, it's kind of interesting because a lot of websites, a lot of sites play a bit of a trick. They're saying, you know, by the way, can I start again?
Yeah.
They're basically saying, basically one plant, okay, that produces 1 gigawatt of energy produces only 3 cubic meters of waste per year if you account for recycling, which again most don't. And also keep in mind the recycled MOX fuel also needs, again, new uranium, so like it's basically useless.
Okay, well, okay, so uranium is not just uranium, right?
It's still enriched. You still need enriched uranium to activate it again. The MOX fuel. Because
really?
you need
No,
it.
you can just use natural uranium.
Room, what did I just say?
No, he said enriched, not enriched uranium.
You
uranium.
need to have you need to enrich it still. You can't just put natural.
Even then, you can't.
And even again, it's a long process, and it's also just again, the whole statistic is basically just like a bit of a play, because in the end, the 9 cubic meters they produce is still something that will end up roughly that's just recycled into the 6 cubic meters of technically not waste anymore, which will be waste later on. And also, let's just keep in mind that is one reactor. So we roughly come up to 9 cubic meters per year, which is not technically that much, but then you need to keep in mind how much it will pile up if you start building more reactors, and you need more reactors in one region. And then also you need to keep in mind that shit needs to be mined. Like, uranium needs to be mined. That still produces CO2. It's not that...
Yeah, it's not a big concern. But in the end, you have waste we cannot deal effectively with yet.
Yeah, just to be clear here, I will say, okay? Nuclear is by far not the worst in terms of just pure ecological impact, okay?
Yeah.
It isn't. But it's not the lowest. It's only the lowest if you ignore all the other points like building it and mining. then that then it works. And at that point, we need to just keep a talk about like, oh wait. Anyway, again, this is mostly really about economics, not only about, you know, is it ecological or not. Because again, I will keep saying, if there is a reactor that is running, it should stay running, period. That's still better than coal. But now saying we need to reinvest into that is mainly there so an industry isn't, like, again, $1 billion industry is not going down, which it has for the last decades, because, like, most are not investing in that because it's just, like, you need to keep in mind, most companies do not invest in that because you cannot insure a nuclear reactor. You can't. Like, quite literally, nations need to do oh yeah, we're basically all putting ourselves / you know, everyone in the country in as a support, basically as insurance. So like it's always done by the countries, not by insurance companies and everything. Okay, slowly invading Jutland, by the way. I think I can't do anymore in a few weeks. Well, I probably can do that still, if I would be at this point in time. Nah, what do you have for scout cruisers and dreadnoughts? I have battleships. Perish.
I will say one of the issues with the whole battery, with like mass batteries thing for solar and stuff, is the lithium supply.
Yeah, but like as I said before, we
and
don't even need that many.
Don't last very long.
Yeah, I mean the thing is we can actually recycle batteries. That's an upside, but also as I said before, I don't think we need that many batteries. We don't actually need that many batteries anyway, because there are literal studies into grid interconnectivity that show that if you actually go and
they can, that's the good thing, we do not need, like, we have also different types of batteries in the works that have gotten a lot better over the years.
Yeah, there's been a new solid state battery, I think is what they call it.
Yes.
But again, that's really new technology, so we don't really have enough of it. But it will be improving, most likely.
Yeah. And again,
also depends on the company is actually bullshit or not.
Yes.
and it's multiple
if the industry
work on
can't
that.
get it on its own, then it's a problem.
Then you subsidize it, as you do with every industry you actually want to have.
Well,
Yeah.
again, like that's the problem, is that if you're not going to be subsidizing it right away, which is very possible won't happen.
Hello, Trump.
No, not even just like Trump. It's like not many countries in the world that have the resources to basically start industries like that are willing to.
True. It always depends on the people in power and everything. Also, apparently, I don't know how accurate that is, but apparently the lifespan of lithium batteries ranges from 10 to 20 years.
Yeah.
Depending on which one.
It can actually be shorter than that, depending on the battery.
If it's nickel cadmium, it's lower. If it's lead acid, it's even lower.
God, lead acid, that is like...
But that's...
Oh God, remember that video of someone making lasagna and then being like, oof, watch out, or you can create a battery and shock yourself on Thanksgiving. And I'm like, what the fuck? Can I just point out that there is no border between Oberschlesien and Hungary?
Yeah. Apparently, you can't cross that anymore.
Apparently, which is very interesting because I'm just like, we have a problem.
It's my fucking puppet. I don't know.
Yeah, what is going on here?
Maybe you should invade Galatia.
I should be able to...
The Poles are in the way of you doing important things.
Now it works. Oh, you do. Oh,
Land invasion.
You need to do a land invasion.
Yep, there you go.
It's stupid, but it works.
Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, again, we need to electrify anyway. That's just like, and like the main way to do that is just building up the grid. Like grid stability is the main thing that will make things simply more stable.
And yeah, your invasion is gone.
I know. This is why I'm doing a new one. I might even do just 2 now that I think about it.
I also do 1.
I can't invade Ostpreußen because you're already doing that. Then I guess invade Jutland again. Oh no, my Real Espada has to rearm completely.
You got destroyed.
Apparently? Which is interesting. Shouldn't happen.
The Kuwash National Awakening has begun. Who is wanting a success? The fucking Dixies want to be independent because I already have what I want. Multiculturalism. Like, okay.
Yeah, the German ones are actually churned up troops. We're walking through this one.
They have over double the dead than we do.
Da 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 da.
And soon I have flamethrowers. I can put the ult to use.
But that's a war crime.
I did one in America already. I had an event for that.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should release them with that Dutch.
Maybe.
I mean, they are massively benefiting from my, they have a standard of living of 27.
The Dutch are getting a bit too comfortable in your eyes.
A little bit. Siam is actually number 2 in standard of living.
Oh, nice! I have women's rights. I think I should get some children's rights now. Yeah, now children have to go to school. The women have rights, but the children need to work.
I can't believe you treat children like that.
School.
Fuck them children.
Why would you force them to go to school?
I think... Is Texas bugged?
Why?
Because I have like 468 arable land for sugar plantations in there.
No, that seems correct, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Texas was very much a country like that.
I would say... the thing with Texas is a weird thing. I would need to understand like what their science is for determining the size of arable land, but for the most part, a sizable portion of Texas doesn't actually have like farmable land. But Texas is also fucking massive, so
yeah,
it could be that like the numbers are correct. I mean, the thing is like just size on the map is not enough.
No, Texas definitely, from what I know, also in real life has a lot of arable land. Because if you actually look on here, only really the southern part is.
I would say that ranch land, I think, needs to be classified a little different than like land that's quality for like sugar.
That's true.
Maize and
like the requirements.
That is like the most egregious thing about this game is livestock farming is treated the same as any other farm.
Yeah, I mean you can everywhere you can farm, you can put a livestock farm pretty much, but not the other way around.
Pretty much.
Anyone wants to join a war against Britain?
No thanks.
Right now?
Yeah, it's slowly ticking up.
I don't see a war, so...
It is basically going up. It should be in South Africa.
I don't think he has a interest there.
Why would you use a what? Wait, I could sway the United States of America?
What, do they want California for it, or...
I don't know. I can't see it yet.
Also, I think Ruben is still occupied losing people to me.
Is he?
Yes. Pretty much every week I get an event like a mass immigration from French or Occitanian people from France. Sorry.
You know what annoys me? I can't get off of migration controls even though I have multiculturalism.
Weird.
Which then locks me behind the new progressing New Colossus.
Interest. Okay. If I'm selecting a navy, the naval node from the Sea of Marmara goes up into my city. I didn't found it for a while.
So the USA would join, but they declared me a rival, so
I can't.
Yeah. Do you want something out of it, Agonia? If you want to maybe join after the Germans thing? I just need to hold them off and you finish up the German part and then we can just bully the British.
Sure.
Just send me something, wait.
Pause if I even can. But... Let's see. Just give me the home countries.
Oh. So I should send you that?
Yes.
Okay, wait a second, then let me just, Way with war goals, conquer states, conquer home counties.
Yes.
It's going to be very funny. Then,
My home counties, it's my home.
Hello, Avion.
Oh, by the way, I watched Free Run today.
Oh, you watched it. Good thing we did. Also that.
was a good episode, right?
It was a pretty good episode, yeah. They gave they gave Stark the glare, to which I'm just saying he's a baby boy. Stop trying to make him look cool. He's a baby. Stark is just baby. You don't need to make him try to look cool. He's just baby. Okay?
He can be both.
He is cool though.
Yeah, but he's also baby.
You can choose to think that.
Am I wrong?
Probably. But either way, what I'm so happy about is that they've basically shown the start stuff of the Golden City arc, which is, I think the Golden City arc is one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm. The thing we were spoiled about, I remember.
Right, there was something there.
Spoiler, it's basically like saying, look forward to Annie's lobby. It's the same thing.
Yes and no.
Yeah, no.
Yes and no. Because Aiden's Lobby, you do not necessarily connect with things. A Golden City is such an old storytelling device. I definitely think differently there. Oh, I can. Do this.
I mean, they did also like say the Golden City in the episode, so
yes, that's why we know it's going there.
yes. So again, not much of a spoiler.
What we were spoiled 2 weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks. It's been a while. Talking about an earlier call at Friday. Not about the episode itself. Because an episode cannot spoil you.
Yeah.
But still, if you say it's good.
Interesting. Germany invades through France right now. Which I guess they can do that.
Maybe they have a treaty?
I will say it's not much of something, but the art, we're gonna see a lot of the weirdos complaining about Free Ren when the arc happens.
They always do, I guess.
They always do, yeah. How are we doing? Pretty solid, I would say. Basically, everyone here is kind of excited for the big update that's coming soon through Wiki 3.
I'm so excited that I'm talking today, and despite my illness.
Yeah, like, I mean, it is really just like, I mean, you know, the big fear was basically that I would say, like, the thing with Naval right now on Wiki 3 is that it's basic, and it's incredibly basic.
It's not even basic. It's literally the Navy right now is literally just it's Army's light, but not on a no front lines.
Oh yeah, no, I do get you on that part. It is just also.
It's not even like a mechanic right now.
Yeah, but also here's a thing I want to point out. I want to throw in, which might be a bit of a hot take, but I do think it at the very least does not disrupt the game. That is actually a pretty big thing. Like, it works on a what?
Disrupt the game how?
As in, like, you know, it's not in some way extra fiddly or, you know, annoying or has like any big problem of has any big problems going on with it. Like, it kind of works. You know? That is my big point here. It kind of works. Even though, again, yeah, as you said, it's basically a non-system, but that also makes it kind of, you know, working to a degree. However, I do think that, I think the big fear was to a degree that, hey, if this is now starting to be a case of, oh, we have how's it called? I'm sending them.
Yeah.
What?
Up there.
I accept.
Yeah.
I did. Oh yeah. Wait.
It takes a while.
Okay. Again, I think the big part was more like, oh, hey, is an implementation going to disrupt the game to a degree, okay? And the thing is, I think it actually adds depth without like being micromanaging, without having any big problems, I would say. And that's good. That's like really good that they managed to do that. Because
concern for the micromanagement perspective was probably the supply convoys.
Yeah,
but they've automated that, so that's not going to be a problem there.
Yes.
Otherwise, I would say, like, if I had to be nitpicky and think and like find a problem, it would probably be that there's going to be a lot of, like, if you want to engage in, it's going to make naval attention to Navy a lot more important than it is now, and it's going to make it so that you have a lot more that you need to think about in designing not only your fleet layouts but also your ships. And so there is going to be more to do with that, and it's going to add a layer of complexity. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, I think it's a manageable one. But if I were to like be nitpicky and complaining, it's like,
that's probably the main one that could happen. That's true, yeah.
But again, it's like, oh, at that point you're complaining about having a new mechanic in a new system.
Yeah.
That is improving the game. You're complaining about something that is a net benefit. Of course, that all depends on how interactive and how smartly designed, for lack of a better way to think of how to put it right now, how smartly designed the...
yeah, because it's only, in the end, a net benefit if it isn't too micromanaging. And that's why we are positively surprised, I would say.
Yes.
The Estonian uprising. I've forgotten about them.
All right, I have secured my economy, so now it's time to build oil. It's the birthright I was born to do. Build oil in video games.
Ah, yes, the American way.
It's also a requirement for my passport.
Going for all the oil.
Yes, all the oil. That's why they send us out into the world. It's so that we can survey
yes.
land for oil. That's why I went to Germany years ago. I was looking for oil.
And how much oil did you find?
Sadly none. Well, there was a little bit in the car, but I used a decent bit of it. Not worth the time.
Should have gone to Austria. They have oil.
And wine. Stretched wine.
They have lots of small battalions and shit. Kind of annoying.
I add you.
Also, why does my troop amount, like size, change when I switch from peasant levies to militia? It's weird. It shouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
Oh, when you switch the law, it's because
Yeah, because my barracks limit is different. You know.
yes, with the peasant levies, your barracks limit is, I think, 25 per state, and with militia, it's 5 per state.
Yeah.
If you had anything over that in a state, like if you had, say, 6 in a state,
yeah, then they're
you
gone.
lose 1.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. I know kind of why it is the case that it is how it is, but it should just not be.
Yeah. It kind of is a little bit of an edge case where, like, I can't see them doing too much about it, but I also get where, like, I get where it's coming from with that you shouldn't have to encounter that kind of situation. Like, they should have a solution for it.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, you're not going into 1926 with peasant levies, but
You can that? She almost did. Albert Einstein was exiled from Germany. Oh no! No!
That's what happens if the Ottomans don't have peasant levies anymore.
By the way, are you sending more troops to the front?
No, but I'm killing them. I have landed, I think.
Yeah, you are. You already landed. I'm sending a bit more troops up there, just to reinforce yours.
Albert Einstein will be Japanese.
You mean he's going to be in a very particular Japanese phase of his life?
Yes, he's preparing to uwu right now.
So he's like that Irish guy that documented a lot of black slaves' food in the USA. Oh god, I think you don't know that story, right?
No, I know the story. I'm just like,
I know.
I've never heard that story before.
Okay, so
What?
basically, I don't know his name anymore, but basically, there was an Irish guy who was born in Greece, like I think on Crete, and then went to Ireland, and then basically got kicked out of Ireland, back to Ireland, got kicked out of Ireland, went to the USA into in I think Philadelphia. Then got kind of a journalist job there, went pretty well for him. Then he traveled to the southern states and basically wrote down and documented like all the food and recipes of the black population there, which is literally why we know what they cooked back then, because this guy documented them. So he wrote two big big books about that. And after he did that, he moved to Japan, converted to Buddhism, and became a jiu-jitsu master.
Fun?
And yeah, he just did that. It's like, okay, that's one of the most random life stories I've ever heard. Yeah, he genuinely just was like, let's go.
Oh, sorry.
We definitely need a few more troops in England.
I'm switching a bit to heavy barrage.
So you mean killing them easier?
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, I cannot go to the lowlands front for some reason. It's just blocked. Which is weird, but okay. Let's actually get the Ulster landing done. And I guess take Ireland? I guess we're taking Ireland. I guess we're taking Ireland now.
Have you liberated everything from them? Like Scotland and Ireland?
No.
As war goals?
Sadly, no.
Aww.
I grabbed some more land for myself, like British Congo.
Sad.
I know. I'm sorry, but yeah, I should have probably done that. Yeah, I guess we're invading. I guess we're invading Ireland now. We should definitely make more posts about our rounds in Wiki 3 again. Conquering, liberating Leinster. We definitely should have liberated Ireland. Given back to Ireland. From Munster to Ulster.
to say, though, with the Frieden episode, we had another funny facepalm moment again.
Okay.
Because of the region name.
The region. It's so funny. The region Drachen. We're like, oh, I wonder what is going on here. We were attacked by dragons. Yep.
I like the difference in the episode where they say, "Oh, we were attacked by a dragon." Oh yeah, it wasn't one dragon; it was a whole flight of dragons. Do you not get that?
Huh?
The Northern Plateau is a fun place.
Yeah, and they don't know what dragons are
because those are wyverns. Yeah, we're gonna be pedantic about that again. Da 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 da.
The problem is that we don't have. There's no official genus and species designation list or organization list.
Oh no, that's
because there are people who say there are official stuff, and there's official stuff that writers will make or people who do world building will make. But no, there's no actual dragons and wyverns in the world, so we can't actually have an official scientific designation.
Official and scientific are two different things, and it's not what we're talking about.
We can't have any scientific tree for it.
We're not talking about that.
Well, so logically, you'd probably have if we're going off of how we've historically named species and different branches.
We're talking about fantasy creatures, and fantasy creatures have conventions. So when we're talking about official stuff, we're talking about conventions.
I know. I'm talking about conventions too. I'm talking about IRL conventions.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, and when you're not doing that, it's when you're foregoing natural or
you can't not forgo natural things with dragons because they're not real.
What is this beef
no,
again?
I'm talking about linguistics. I'm talking about linguistics, not dragons. If dragons were to be a real thing, they would most likely be a species and then a genus of dragons. So you'd have dragon, most likely. And then for wyverns, you'd probably have dragon, wyvern, something else.
That's the assumption that you can translate real-world linguistics to fantasy linguistics, which you can, but you do not necessarily have to.
So this is another thing with translation. It's that
not translation, just generally
so even with different languages and different cultures.
Oh, I'm not talking about languages. When I'm saying translating into fantasy, I don't mean it in a sense of literature.
Yes.
Then why are you talking about languages again?
I'm talking about languages. I'm talking about linguistics.
Same thing in this case, because that's not the point I'm making.
Whenever you're thinking of naming conventions for a world, for world building sakes, you're looking into you're doing linguistics work.
Technically, yes, but we both know that's not what I'm talking about.
What I'm saying is that wyverns are a kind of dragon.
Depends.
/ draconic species.
Yeah, I'd say so, or at least historically in British
Can I say one thing?
When we talk about medieval myths of dragons and worms, they can be pretty much everything.
Yeah, can I please interject here? Yes, we know, again, the word wyvern, worm, and dragon were used interchangeably and could mean a wide array of things. I'm just saying, the joke was that in the last 20 years, in a general modern mindset, something that has wings with claws and something that has 4 legs and extra wings,
separate wings,
are being differentiated. And yes, sometimes depending on which setting you have, they can be related, but like in general, people nowadays treat the idea of a wyvern and a dragon differently. That is just the current cultural mindset. That was the rub ad.
So this is me, culture, I guess. I just think people are weirdly pedantic about the whole dragon wyvern thing.
That's just how things have evolved.
To a like weird like extent.
I mean, thank Capcom for that, actually.
I'd rather not thank them because I don't want to encourage that behavior.
I mean,
it's simply how language has evolved. Doesn't mean what it meant anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, Britain is pretty fucked right now that I think about it.
Why?
Oh, we conquered it, almost. Their whole country is being torn apart head to toe. Oh yeah, Denmark is a thing again. Yay! Why did I turn like I liberated Denmark? This was my thing. Why? Okay, can I ask one thing? They should definitely make it so that it is more consistent in how you liberate countries. Because like when my war goal is liberate Denmark, Denmark should not become a fucking monarchy. It should become a republic.
Maybe. I could see a republic putting a king back onto a throne.
Back in the day, yeah.
It's almost like it happens in modern times. It has been happening for the last centuries.
Depends on how much control the quote-unquote liberator has.
You know, I was about to make a very funny joke about, I think, as an American, you have experience of that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No, we do. We do.
Yeah.
Your jab at me is defeating your own point.
No, I will take that win. I make a joke about because you installed the Shah in Iran and other monarchies, and I make this joke, and you both of you hit me with the double whammy of Zep going, yeah, we do in the way of oh yeah, just acknowledge it, but apparently not getting the joke, and I'm going to be like, this is not relevant right now. And I'm like,
no, I didn't say it wasn't relevant. I said it was dependent on the control the liberator has on a liberated, because I would say if you actually occupy it and not just occupy Germany, then you should be able to choose to tell them what kind of freedom you bring them.
Also, yeah, I did get the joke. I'm just messing with you.
You know what? I hate it because it's still the double whammy of they don't get it.
So can you put in the war goals already?
Yeah.
It will lag anyway a lot.
War support +0 still. Damn. Now. Goodbye, Britain.
I feel like I get a coup every year.
Huh.
I wish.
Or every other year or something like that. It's like, come on, can you please stop?
Soon I will research tanks, and then I have under 10 years of using tanks.
I should research aircraft carriers and modern battle fleet tactics. I wonder how much they will rework the
tech tree. Yeah, they have to.
Yes.
My guess is we're gonna get more, because we're getting such a wide variety of ships. We're probably gonna get probably the first technologies of tier 2 techs are going to be Screw Frigate is probably going to have the some ship unlocks. You're probably going to see a collapsing of the tree a little bit, so not falling apart collapsing, but you're going to see some of the bottom parts move up a little bit.
I know what you mean with collapsing. Don't worry.
But then again, we should be glad that we only made half-serious nitpick about dragons and violence, and not actually talk about how they eat hardtack. Also, Britain gives up.
Yeah, okay, wait a second. Propose peace deal. Now invading Britain is going to be much easier. Also, finally, no more home front in Andalusian. Gibraltar is mine again.
I have a home. The home counties.
Yeah. Did you just, like, snag one of their biggest industrial centers?
No, the biggest. It has the most GDP.
Oh, yeah.
31 million.
Okay, so you just own Ottoman London. Ottoman London. And you have the Big Ben.
As it should be.
Okay, Agonia, what are you renaming London to? What's the Ottoman name for London?
It's a good question. Can I... Oh, yes, I can. Oops.
You have Constantini.
I could...
Wait a second, where is it? No. Fucking Ulster is the new capital of Great Britain. Oh my god, that's an insult to the Irish. Gesundheit, by the way.
Thank you.
What are you doing? Ottoman Empire, you renamed it to home.
Sorry, I'm not very creative right now.
It's still funny.
If
You know you can rename the individual settlements.
Yes, I can. I can, like state capital, port town, farming towns, mining towns, and logging towns. But it's not like that. If we ever get to a state that Wiki 3 is performant in the end
What
game,
is going on with Switzerland?
in the end game, I will rename everything to Gecko Food.
Gecko food. That's just like there's East Switzerland, which is a regency, and Switzerland, which is a democratic republic. But Switzerland consists of, well, West Switzerland and Elsass-Lothringia. Like, what is this? What in the unholy buffer zone is this?
Anyone has any idea how much population Qing usually ends up with?
I don't know.
I haven't done a Qing campaign recently, but I think somewhat. I want to say. Let's see, where are? Hold on. What do you have? You have.
Guess what, guys? Microsoft finally apologized for Windows 11 being shit.
Oh wow, that took
Oh wow.
a bit, I suppose.
In a long post titled "Our Commitment to Windows Quality," might have maybe had something to do with Apple releasing the MacBook Air. What was it? MacBook Neo, wasn't it?
Maybe.
You know that, and Windows. Like, did you see the whole C drive just like balking?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
certain
I saw that
laptops
was.
and yeah.
You know, the interesting part here is that Windows 11 worked. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Windows 11 quite literally had, oh yeah, here's some annoying UI shit. And
Windows
then it
11,
shit
I've
the-
had a better experience with it with Windows 11 than Windows 10, which isn't saying much,
Bam.
but
Yeah.
like it's a fairly decent soft OS.
When you edit it and refine it and get rid of all the slop and privacy issues and stuff like that, yeah, it's functional for most people in most
basically-
ways.
The thing is, I basically have it on the laptop I got from my grandma because it came pre-installed, and I used it and was like, this is working fine. And like, you know, when you also have stuff like, you know, you do shit like how's it called? Brain. Like, for example, when I write, I sometimes just, write on my laptop or my PC, and thanks to my dad, I do have, how's it called? Access to, like, cloud storage. So, like, I can just, put my shit up in the cloud, and then be like, oh, yeah, hi, nice. I can just, keep working on my, on the PC that I want. I like that. Literally stopped
then
working.
Then they added all the slop.
Yeah, but it literally stopped working. Like, quite literally. Yeah. Autosave to the cloud doesn't work anymore. Quite literally,
was it OneDrive or Google Drive?
OneDrive.
Oh, OneDrive's terrible. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It worked. It's like I have it.
I don't engage with OneDrive.
I know, but like, here's the thing. I got it. Basically, my dad has one because of the work, and he basically has a family stuff. And he was like, "Yeah, you can use it. Here's an access for you." And like, I will not complain about free 1 terabyte cloud storage.
No, but the problem is it's so brittle, and if you don't configure it properly, it will.
No, I get what you mean. Listen, I get what you mean, but I basically just use it to share like bigger video files. If like a friend was like, "Hey, can you maybe record something at Battlefield for me?" Or again, I write shit in Word and I have autosave on, and again, that worked. That just worked, and it stopped working, which is just like, how the fuck do you make it so that this stops working?
Again, it's OneDrive. It will just.
It's Microsoft. I think that's more the case.
My understanding is that I think they kind of changed their perspective of what they wanted from OneDrive, from being like a passive cloud storage to being just a method of temporarily transferring data on the cloud.
But it's a.
I know it's stupid, but that's how I see it being used mostly.
I feel like tech people literally don't get kicked enough in the butt on a day. Just
basically, it's just a shitty version of AirDrop.
Basically, like I'm just like, listen. At some point, we need to just be real and say that there should just be like literal hired people that just go around in like Silicon Valley offices and like just give a wedgie every day to the people there, so that they just realize, oh yeah, I live in reality and I shouldn't have
bullying
dumb
as
ideas.
A profession.
What?
Yes.
Bullying as a profession,
but only for tech people. Fuck them.
Yeah.
But when you say,
tell you.
What?
You can pick up cats in Crimson Desert.
Oh.
And you can walk with them.
Yes, you know what? Here's the thing. I heard like a lot of mixed things about Black Desert, but I can say now.
Crimson
Desert. But also, like, I can say like now, what? That's a 10 out of 10 game. What is wrong with people? Or did only dog people review that? That one with dog people.
So I will say the games journalist that I followed, he gave Crimson Desert a thumbs up, but he did say that the tutorial is shit.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's something they could fix, but it's one thing.
That's on the devs. Like the devs create shit tutorials nowadays. I can't remember a game that I've.
They all suck. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna.
20 years I've had a good tutorial.
Yeah, tutorials are really bad in a lot of cases.
At least on Steam, it's got mostly positive. Sorry, so it's not bad in terms of reviews.
From what I've seen, a lot of people who like play a lot of games have been enjoying it. So I'm like loosely curious about it, but also you can pick up and walk with cats.
Yes, I know that.
Walk around with them.
God, like, okay, here's the thing. I actually wanted recently to get back, visit the cat cafe here near us again. Mm-hmm. And today, and I wanted to actually talk about that later with Agonia. So, because I've been a bit of a writing block recently, and I was like reading someone, hey, you know what? writing in a cafe is actually really useful to focus on your shit. And I was like, shit, I could just pack up my laptop, go over there, write, and pet cats.
I like the aesthetic, but I couldn't do it because they're people and they're loud.
Yeah, I could though.
Oh.
But then there's the question.
You just abandon a gun. Yeah, it's like, bye, I'm just gonna go write.
I mean,
it's like, you're leaving me for cats.
No, I generally just need to get her approval for that. That's a different topic though.
Okay.
If that's okay, if I would do that one day. Yeah, you can go to the cats. Ooh, I have a wonderful girlfriend. She allows me to go to cats.
Maybe if I get like noise cancelling earbuds or something.
Yeah, we need to
And I
find
can
some good
think.
ones there.
I think you get pretty good noise cancelling earbuds.
I do think that Nia needs to have some time among her own creatures.
La
Among her
criatura.
own kind.
In her natural habitat.
But I mean, I like cats. Okay,
We're agreeing. It's not a.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did you guys actually see how the actual mechanics, like the actual structure behind how DLSS 5 actually works?
You mean
Did
that
you
it's
see that just after
that
that?
it's Gen
I've
AI?
only seen the news about it.
Well, that but it is literally just specifically it's a filter.
Yeah, I know. You know,
Yeah.
you know what the funniest bit is? It's so funny because like Digital Foundry is now doing damage control, and they were like, yeah, you know, we never lied about it. Oh, in your original video, you explicitly said this is a new way of rendering lighting. You lied, fuckers, and people caught you. And you know what then happened? The fucking CEO of Nvidia went in an interview. We're like, everyone is freaking out and doesn't get the point. It's not Gen AI. It's just Gen AI. What?
Wasn't this objective-based Gen AI?
Something like that. He just basically added an adjective to it and called it something new. It's
realistically, it's just motion diffusion, not motion diffusion. It's what's the fucking diffusion like thing model that generates the image? I can't remember.
neural
the fucking
diffusion.
name. No, it's not.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of the stupid fucking. What's it called? But it's like, you know, all the AI arts. It's the same thing. It's just
obviously
doing it very quickly, and you're just inputting the input frame that's rendered, and then just saying, make it more realistic.
I mean, it's also not really making it realistic. Okay, can I go?
Yeah. Make it. It's just. Yeah.
Can I say one thing about what it's doing? And I find it so funny because, like, I think this is actually under talked. So the thing about the whole about it is that basically in this presentation they already used a psychological trick because so here's the thing. There is, you know, there's on one hand like raw processing power and graphical power to make things look real. Okay, so that's like one thing. That is like ray tracing, etc. Like how light is being rendered, etc., etc., etc. However, there's also the thing that certain things in terms of 3D graphics we associate with things from reality, so they feel more real. Like the two probably most probably the two most obvious ones are rainy nights. Like wet surfaces and like wet surfaces in reality already look like weird, you know, because they're like slightly blurry. So like having wet surfaces in video games just make them feel more real because, you know, they're also blurry. And then you have at night, you know, so basically details are missing, but that's not a bad thing because due to darkness, details are also missing in real life. So we again associate and it feels more real than it actually is. Similar thing, for example, body cam games that are currently popping up, because the camera is not, centered like in the center where, usually video game cameras are for first-person games, but like a bit to the side and down, and there's also a very granular filter over it, which makes the, image look noisy. As if it is just a shitty camera you're looking through. Suddenly, the real graphics behind it don't even need to look that good, because that filter makes us associated with something that exists, that we know, and it makes it feel more real. Now, the thing DLSS 5 did is basically, aside from when it comes to faces, it's just literally a yesification filter. Like, it's just porn faces.
Well, no, the social media faces.
No. You need to keep in mind. The majority of scraped material for those that they use is from porn. They've scraped porn sites. We know that thanks to the recent lawsuits about copyright, because they had to show where they got it from, and a lot is scraped from porn. By the way, this is also why suddenly
there's a lot of porn.
Yeah. By the way, this is also why a lot of the lighting, suddenly it looks like there's like lighting coming from the front and from the back, because for this AI filter, when it's trained on porn, where a lot of light, a lot of is like surround lit on those stages, light is coming from the front. So this is what the model just thinks is how it should like, because most of the material is just that. However, the thing about the background, this is why probably a lot of people were like, wait, why are people saying this is looking actually good? Because the thing is, the AI model basically does the opposite of the wet night. Okay? It just lit up everything. Now, if you look closer, you're like, wait, there are no more shadows, like shadows get removed, etc. And everything is just lighter. But the thing is, this is kind of how, like, the world can look like on a very bright day. Like, when it's really bright in the summer, this can actually mute colors because it's bright, because it reflects the sunlight and it blinds you a little bit, so that everything just seems less bright. And, if you especially live in regions like California, for example, or generally Mediterranean regions, you might associate with that. And if you then also notice that all the environments they show are... So they have Resident Evil 9 in the beginning, not later. And I know, why? Because the beginning is a gray, wet day. And now it's a lighter gray, wet day. There's where it's like still noticeable, at least, but the whole wetness of everything still makes it feel quote-unquote real, because it's like a technique we use already in video games and movies, etc., and animation.
You know what's interesting? Just a side note. I have slavery banned, but still, there are 72.5 purchases of oil for slaves in my country. Or my market.
Interesting. But yeah, the thing I want to point out, because probably not all of your countries have slavery banned.
Maybe.
But yeah, the thing is, the other things they showed us, that southern port city of Cyrodiil from Oblivion, Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is, central to Lower Japan, also a relatively, relatively warm and Mediterranean region that we associate with, or, more even jungle one. And the one city in Starfield that is mainly bright and white. So they quite literally chose 3 environments where the whole making it brighter and increasing contrast on things would create this summer, quote-unquote, bright summertime effect. And people still notice that it looks shit. Which is just, I find it so funny how much they cherry-picked and it still sucks, and it's obviously just Gen AI bullshit. But again, I guess if you're fucking a Digital Foundry, you can just slobber over that and be like, no, this is the future of gaming, when female characters just look like they come out of porn, which is...
It's fine if it's in porn.
Yeah, it's kind of disrespectful to say this is looking more realistic and better to characters like Grace, who already look very normal. And the majority of reactions was that I got to posting the RE9 comparison picture with that tech on. People said this isn't Grace, and I do agree. Because, like...
I mean, since the AI obviously doesn't distinguish between anything, yes, she does not look like the original concept at all.
Yeah. But you know what I also want to point out there? To the people that say she looks better, quote-unquote, and also, like...
It's the same thing with the whole Aloy situation, if you remember.
Oh, yeah, it kind of is that filter.
Yeah.
It's basically that filter, just like maybe a bit more subtle, I would almost say. The thing is just, and let's be real here. The thing about a Grace and Grace's design that makes it, in my opinion, so good is, Grace is an anxious, messy idiot. That's her design. That's her. Grace is an anxious idiot. Like, you can literally see that on her immediately. And one of the big things, in my opinion, is that, and then you look at that and you realize everyone who praises the DLSS 5 thing does not care about her or her design or anything that she might be at all, because, like, it's all the same fucking misogyny all the way down, you know? It's not that surprising, actually, that they are... And, yeah, I think it says a lot about you when you look at someone who just starts having more makeup and looks more like they're, getting dressed to be in a porn, that you think this looks better on a woman. Because this is quite literally a character assassination. Anyway, I just also want to point out, this is just Grace. Can I just point out how the black guy from Starfield just got turned into a gay Arab?
What?
Okay.
Kind of.
Yeah, so basically they showed how characters look, and basically I had exactly one black character they showed off. And by the way, all the other ones...
Oh, you mean the footballer?
What? The what?
Footballer, he said.
I have not played Starfield, just so you know.
Oh, Starfield. Oh, no. I meant specifically from the promotional material for DLSS 5.
No.
So, funnily enough, they kind of... So, what would it be? It would be FIFA, I think it was, a video from. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they kind of just made the... Oh, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I'm going to...
Basically, the thing is...
Did they do a racism thing?
They did.
The FIFA player?
No, but they just completely changed the facial structure and look of the person, which I think they did to a less of a degree on the white ones than...
Oh yeah, obviously. I mean, guess on who this is mainly trained on.
Yeah.
If you train a model on only basically white people, then that's what's gonna happen. It will whiteify.
Yep. Okay, I'm kind of pissed that there are multiple railways apparently being already built in Congo, but I can't see them. I'm genuinely pissed about that. I want to see my railways.
Do you have them connecting? No, I can see. I can.
Not inland. Not inland. Oh no! Here, no, right here they are.
You just didn't zoom in good enough.
Yeah, nice. Choo-choo.
I have nearly 30 million people in my main city.
Now you can cross the African continent by train.
That should also affect supply.
Hopefully it does in the future.
I would hope that they're putting in some changes to railways.
At some point. I mean, maybe that is coming with the Russia DLC, considering the Trans-Siberian Railway. That's kind of the... But yeah, no, basically there's, how's it called? Basically there was, a black character in, Starfield. This is one of the things they showed off during the whole, how's it called? Brain.
During the demo?
During the demo and all that, and genuinely just, he got lighter and big lips, and it's just kind of fucking funny. Because, like...
Makes no sense.
I know, how's it called?
No, it makes sense. It's stupid, but it makes sense because racism. Selective,
Yeah!
Training.
I know. Yeah. It's just like, I find it so funny because they were like, oh, look how much better this looks, and I'm just like, truly, by the way, I really thought, it's kind of, like, I know I, did a bit, it was a bit crass to say the whole gay Arab guy, but like, generally, his just skin tone just got so much lighter to the point where I'm like, holy shit, this is bad. And like, I think Claire wrote on Blue Sky, shout out to Claire, that they probably never showed any close-ups of Assassin's Creed Shadow, just like really zoomed out wide shots, because if we saw any of the characters with DLSS 5, they all would be hate crimes. And like, yeah, it is, and you know what, and I think the one upside I would say is that people hate it. Like, people really fucking hate it. And that's good, you know? I'm really happy that they hate it. Because, fuck. I think I've never seen any backlash that was more...
all-encompassing?
Yeah. Like, Uniform, yeah, from left to right. This is, everyone hates it. And
pretty much
everyone hates
it. Just looks bad.
Obviously looks bad, yeah. But it's also just like...
It's like, looks bad on the thing that everybody, like, all humans pay the most attention to, which is the face. Yeah. Like, if it was just applied to, like, the background, I think they could have gotten away with it, broadly.
They could have, but people would still be like, this looks
I know people would still but I mean, if you talk... I didn't really notice the background. What did I notice? I noticed the fucking faces.
Yeah. But also they will not go away from the faces, because, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, the faces are kind of the point.
True, but I think there were potentially options to not apply it to certain objects within the scene. So in that way, also, you could potentially not do it to the faces.
That's still kind of at the AI's discretion of what it sees as...
True, that as well, so...
I guess it depends.
But, you could put a mask on it and then just... But even then, I don't know. I don't know enough. I'm not...
You probably could make it so that it doesn't apply to characters.
But then it's going to look weird and out of place in the rest of the scene, looking a specific way.
Yes, because...
So it's just, yeah...
Because it's technically not... rendering lighting different, but just hallucinates what it should look like, quote unquote, based on.
Or you're superimposing the original person on that scene, essentially.
Yeah.
Like a Photoshop. You just Photoshop a person. Maybe, I don't know. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, it is funny because the rest of DLSS. Frame Gen is a bit more controversial, but at least with, like, so did you see the stuff with DLSS 4.5 where essentially you can set you can cap a frame rate, and it would only generate enough frames to meet that frame rate.
Yeah,
so it minimizes the cost of the frame generation, but allows you to still get the benefits of it's a bit more smoother and consistent.
Again, that's I will say,
that's good. That's good.
Nvidia has like insane general tech wizards.
Yeah,
genuine tech wizards.
Great engineers.
But
great developers, yeah.
But you generally just get the thing. What happened here is just the whole. They went and what the fuck? The earth rumbled in the game.
Earthquake?
Yeah.
Oh, in the game. Oh. I thought you meant like IRL.
No. In game.
No. In the game. Oh, okay. Huh. No clue.
Who knows? I don't think I can increase my build power much more efficiently.
How much build power do you have?
27,000.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm also just.
Oh no wonder the game's being so slow.
I'm also pumping. I need to pump it.
I took my time with it, but at some point it's the only thing I can do.
It's only 10 years now. We should just slowly going through it.
Yeah, I'm at over 50% of the world market exporters now. Which is funny. Everything buys Ottomans. Mostly food. Food and engines. Yeah, not much more to do here, actually. I could conquer a bit more, feed Persia, Bukhara and stuff, but...
I wonder, does building in another country meet the goal for building, constructing buildings for the commitment?
It's a good question.
Oh, you're overtaken by Japan. Rip.
You've been overtaken by me?
Yeah.
In what way?
Oh, GDP.
Oh, GDP? Oh. Well, yeah, my GDP has expanded so much that I've actually gained higher interest payments, but my debt ceiling has increased significantly.
I need to build more so my investment pool can actually drain.
I actually managed to.
things in null state. Why is it null state still?
Can you delete it?
I think. Wait, did they? And I did conquer the Anhui clique, but they left. What? Okay, so I guess
they're in your thing, and they're your protectorate.
Oh, really? Not on my end.
They are on my end.
Oh, yeah, on my end now again. Okay.
Of course they're going after fucking Denmark. Damn Germans.
We could technically just attack them.
Did I take over Switzerland? Not how they fight.
Interesting. The Han National Movement would prefer that I have cultural exclusion over multiculturalism.
Yes.
I guess it kind of makes sense.
I mean, they're the Han people. Kind of what they do. Oh, I got Han people. From the Chardon clique. Where is that?
That's the little orange bit on the coast.
Ah, yeah, there. Ah, it's yours. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
It's really interesting that you can, at a certain point, just be like, okay, I get Freedom of Movement 3, Greener Grass campaign, now I'm stealing pops passively.
Steal that pop. Steal the pop.
I need it.
I need them. I need them.
It's a workforce. It's Victoria 3. We are not thinking in people, we are thinking in workforce. It's appropriate for the game.
Where do I find the thing that shows me like which states have the highest GDP value?
I think in your budget tab F2 you can get to national GDP. There you can see your own stuff at least. And global GDP.
Oh, in states, yeah, I see. Thank you.
Expand railway in California. Oh yeah, we're making it very high speed.
I think I am. I think I have the strongest state GDP wise. Yes, that's an achievement. My capital state has more GDP than room.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, I guess.
Let's see. Got.
No, why haven't you taken over Venezuela yet?
What?
Maduro's still there.
I don't care.
You haven't kidnapped? Oh, okay.
I mean, they're an American power bloc, so, It could beef with the Americans again, though. But that would put everything to a crawl, and I kind of want to,
Finish.
build trains, is what I wanted to say, but yeah. Finish is also good. Which I own! Ah. Da 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 da. Build my trains all over the world.
Let's do some factory radios to increase the standard of living for the slaves I don't have.
It's kind of interesting how I have massive build power, but it still takes 18 weeks to build the railway in California.
Yeah, because build power, that what you mean is like the force that's applied on a single item is basically based on your production method and construction efficiency. So at a certain point, it does not really increase. The only thing you get is more slots to build more items at the same time. And the construction queue, I think, has a limit of 10,000 items.
We're kind of breaking the game right now, though. And it's always stopping for me because you all have to catch up.
I think in Zeb's case, it's only the internet, if at all, but I need to catch up. I'm behind. Very
Interesting.
much so.
What is that? The date where you are?
That's the date, yes. I'm like a week behind most of the time, I think.
Oh?
No.
8, 6, wait, 8, no.
Yeah, that's a 7 days behind. What is 17 plus 7? Yeah. 17 plus 7. You can do this.
I have more of a problem understanding how this is supposed to be read as like what does the 8 and the 6 mean?
That's the date.
8, 6?
August 6th.
Yeah, but we're in November.
Are we? We are.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That was my confusion.
Let me see. You know, maybe it's just incorrect.
Yeah. I catched up.
I just realized I have a general strike going on all the time. I could have not had this, but
Well, you need to met their demands.
yeah, I think they wanted to have old age pensions, and I think I enacted it. No, I did not. Why? Eh?
As you forgore.
I don't know. I'm first pushing through universal suffrage, I guess.
Oh, you're progressive. I still have a monarchy. But I have census.
The only thing that I have not progressed on is my monarchy, but I'm setting up the situation so that getting rid of the monarchy is going to be easy.
I mean, you have less than 10 years left, so...
Yeah, I can't anymore. They're ingrained. I have a royalist movement again.
I'm also trying to pass no migration controls first, so...
Yeah, that's important, actually.
Very useful. I know.
Yeah, it does basically nothing because I have multiculturalism. So, but it gets me into New Colossus.
Oh, I have the journal entry, the Belle Epoque. It's La Belle Epoque, which was not really that belle, because it was mainly fucking colonialism.
Is it much of an epoch?
Basically, it describes the time, especially during French Republic / the French Empire, when they were expanding into like French and Belgian were expanding into Africa and did colonialism, and you know that's where stuff like Art Nouveau happened and such like stuff like that. And also, it's a how should I put it the best way? It's one of those things that when you learn about it, you're like, oh no. Basically, basically what happened is that during this time in, you know, Belgium and / France, they had a lot of stuff like idealizing this idea of, you know, triumph over nature, especially also over natives in, you know, Africa. And yeah, there's a lot of shit in going on there. Like, you know, it was misogynistic also. Like, are you surprised about that? Probably not. No, also a big thing, like, you know, you probably have seen Art Nouveau, which is like the whole, which is like the whole, everything is like very much, swung, like, flowing, like, as if it's natural and such. Which is, actually, it looks good. I'm not saying,
Aesthetic is aesthetic.
yeah, aesthetic is aesthetic. Ba, ba, ba. I'm looking up. But it was mainly coming from. Where was it again? This was also coming out of what's it called? Belgium. Yeah.
Yeah, you said it already.
And the thing about Belgium is where it came from in Belgium was basically there was a palace that the king of Belgium wanted to have built to basically show off all the parts of his empire, to see all the parts of his empire in one place, because, you know, he couldn't travel the world. And you know, the thing is, this was also called you know, basically the Belgian style before that, because, you know, it was basically it mainly inspired by also the visuals from like the Congo. It was this basically style of the Congo, as they called it. And you notice those how's it called? Flowing like metal, like this gate where like a metal bar is like going into a spiral.
Spiral staircase? What?
No, like in railings, for example, that there's always this. For example, what we have here at our on our bed, those flowy lines that curl inwards. Like a lot of very big swung lines, etc. Take a wild guess how that is called.
No, I need fiddly leggy menu work right now. That's what I'm doing, so I won't think. I will listen.
And by the way, I'm looking up some examples so people can yeah.
Oh, okay. They decide to start a war.
Okay,
Interesting.
so I just want to put it up on the screen. So if you look at the stream, if you see those metal railings, the metal decorative lines in the railings that bend in shape, that is like very much part of Art Nouveau, like as you can see here in the gate. Take a wild guess how that is called.
Just say it.
Whiplash. Those are whiplash lines. And if you don't wait, whiplash. Yeah, it's exactly due to those whiplashes that they used on Africans in the Congo.
Why does it look pretty?
Swung curvature? I'm sorry. I'm not saying that it looks bad. It's just like, yeah, the origins are very much rooted in colonialism. You can't. It's just a bit there, But yeah, Art Nouveau, it's, listen, I like it. I genuinely like it, but like, at least during the time, the development of it in France and Belgium, you cannot uncouple it from the colonial legacy that those countries had.
Hey.
Oh, do you want to fuck up the US?
I have what I want from them, so not really.
Okay.
But they're pretty weak right now, so...
It's a little late for me to do any of that either, so...
Yeah, but yeah, that's one of those things where I'm like, okay, I'm making money again. What the fuck?
Build more.
How am I making money again?
It happens.
Happens to the best of us. You'll get better soon.
I don't want to make money. I want to spend the money. Oh shit, I completely... Oh no! There's a small island off the coast of Spain where I can build more construction sectors. Mala! Is it going to be sensible to slam 30 construction sectors onto Madeira? No.
Yes.
What?
Yes. It is sensible. I would also build more, but I can't even use all the build power. So it's kind of worthless to do. Also, the home Otties are revolting.
Not the home Otties. Not the home Otties. Yeah, yeah, but the Belle Epoque, it was a little bit racist back then. I mean, every country back then was a little bit racist, but it's a different topic.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of countries are very racist, even nowadays. It's just that most countries don't talk about it.
True.
Yeah, and I think also a lot of people just don't know about how, like, racism manifested, especially in, like, France and Belgium. Where, like, basically the hotbeds of Europe in that regard.
But now if you ever wanted to get a law through, you can give them whatever negotiation you want, and it doesn't matter because in under 10 years it's already, well, over.
Fair point. Oh, America and Britain beef against the Germans, I guess.
It's nice that you have like about a second future vision for me. Like a few seconds. Also, at some point, it's kind of laughable. I have like 930 innovation uncapped.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still not through the tech tree. It's getting stupid.
I've got 203 innovations, although I had a significant,
And my normal innovation is 193.2, but that's because it's obviously capped by literacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uncapped, I'm, as I said, 930, so at least I get tech spread.
Hate that I lost all of my integration progress.
Yeah, it's always the worst. Why is it so expensive to get Brazil?
Population and territory, I guess.
Probably. Yeah, it's mainly the population, but it's only 18.7 million. It's not that much. And I get 20% extra infamy because I'm a great power. I wonder if you can give someone more money than they have gold reserves.
I think you can give them, but I want to. I'm pretty sure the money goes into the void.
Huh, so you actually can delete money.
Delete money! Delete money! Finally, I'm getting universal suffrage through. Everyone suffers. Everyone equally. Yay!
I'm just getting poor laws because I can. I have to say, with this whole small revolts that want multiculturalism, even though you have it, it's kind of annoying that you can't modify your armies much.
The rise of filmography. The 20th century will be shown on film. Cinema has no commercial future. I mean, not wrong. It just takes 100 more years.
I think my power block has something to say about that.
Are you producing enough art for that?
Honestly, there should generally be a journal entry for Japan with the next expansion that you can just kickstart the tokusatsu industry. If you want to.
You're producing 700.
Okay. I don't even want to look at the market anymore. It's just...
Why?
I don't even know if it's worthwhile. Things happen. They just...
Look at the world market, that's funny.
Let me do a few things though. Oh.
Oh, this is World War French. Oh, fuck me. India and America and Brazil.
Hey.
Fun.
World War French?
As I said, World War French. World War France.
I heard World War French, which I find very funny.
They'll fight with baguettes on all sides because it's the French World War.
You know what? It's kind of funny how the French went into World War One with okay, so the French always have this thing that they kind of design some of the best weapons for the war before. like they build a really good gun and then they upgrade it until the war comes around that they need to fight. I find that so funny, actually, because, yeah.
I mean, the French kind of had the weaponry and technology to win both world wars. It's just that they had the worst command structure.
No, that's not even the point. Like, in World War One, there is a big, obviously there is a very big, you know, bad command structure and all that, but like also on the technological level.
Bad like the 6-2.
Yeah, but on a raw tech level, the Germans, like the German Empire, was better equipped. It was like that's not something that should be that much debated because just as an example, okay, like the French Lebel rifle was not a bad rifle, okay, because it was basically also the first rifle that used smokeless powder, as I for example pointed out. It has that meant it actually had like longer distances. It was bolt action. It's again, for all purposes, this was a good rifle. So the problem is, do you take a wild guess how you reload the Lebel?
Was it the end block clips? No. Okay, I can't remember.
No, it's worse. So the Lebel, to reload the Lebel, you had to pull the bolt back, put a bullet in, push it down, and then basically with your pinky or your thumb, depending on how you get in there, push it into a tube below the barrel.
Yeah, seems unnecessary.
I mean, I need to point out, by the way, this wasn't even.
I can see how that design was come up with in a closed environment.
Yes, because like crucially, and I need to point this one out. This mainly happened because the brain. Please do not leave me now. Because like the earliest rifles that were made, for example, Winchester rifles, weren't not fed from the top, but had the tube on the bottom, and they basically all went and were like, oh hey, yeah, we just go and so basically you build your rifle like that, and for example, if you build if you go and build a normal Winchester rifle, this was to a big degree a factor of, oh yeah, you go and you have like an insert on the side of the gun, you open the gun, you push manually every bullet in, and you close it again. But the big thing was compared to the Lebel that they had, how's it called? The Kar-98, for example, like the Karabiner 98 from the Germans was, you pull it back, you put a stripper clip on top, you push the bullets down, you closed it, and you didn't even need to remove the stripper clip manually like you needed to do, for example, on the Mosin Nagant and other rifles that were worse. Like, you could literally just jam the bolt forward and the stripper clip ejected itself. Yeah, I guess why the Germans had the better guns during that era. Oh yeah, I don't think I can invite you to this war, but like, I can probably do this alone. I don't think I can. Germany helps Dacheng, so wait a sec. Oh, I can actually. Hey, Agonia, do you want to bully the Germans again?
I guess I just made a treaty with them, but fine.
Oh, you mean you can still carve some more land out of them, I suppose?
Let me check which kind of thing I have with them. Oh, yeah, I have investment rights in them. That's fine.
You want to get like Oberschlesien or so?
I don't know what I want from them. They're so useless to me right now.
Do we want to cut them up a bit?
Can't really, but yeah, I guess I take Oberschlesien. Give me that.
Then sway countries, sway with war goals, conquer state. Where is it? Conquer Oberschlesien. There you go.
Give. I do.
Interesting that you cannot liberate Belgium again.
Oh, Belgium isn't real.
Oh no, I can liberate Belgium.
And you can make it real.
And also I will liberate the Rhineland.
Oh, the Italian fascists are back at it again.
Are they?
Yeah.
Ah, the Venetian fascist revolt. Sadly, I cannot form another nation.
I can't see a fun.
You can You cannot easily see the whole liberate thing. That's
Oldenburg and Hanover is the same. You know what? Fuck it. Liberate Oldenburg. Anyway, this is gonna be funny. Remember how the German Empire was once Super Germany, and now we carved it up basically?
yes.
This is funny.
I wish you could actually upgrade artillery to tanks.
Yeah.
Like, even if it technically just builds them all over again, I would just like to press a button.
Ruben?
Ruben?
Yeah?
Why is Switzerland like that?
No clue.
I
just
know.
is.
I pointed that out a while ago that Alsace-Lotharing is just part of Switzerland, and Switzerland is split into Switzerland and East Switzerland.
I feel like Alsace and West Switzerland are like French.
Well, I
territory.
don't have a core on them anymore, or a claim to them, so it makes it kind of a pain to go and get it.
You have homelands on Lithuania. And Franco-Provençal is partly your culture.
True. Oh well. I mean, it's almost the end, so. Fuck me.
You know what? We're really ending up the final the final session before we okay. Just pointing this one out, we have like
I don't think we're
6
finishing it tonight.
Probably not.
Probably, but we have like 6 years left, and also I want to point out we will probably play then the next weeks in between, probably something like Darktide or so. There's a new update there as well with a roguelike mode, so we can jump a bit into that. Oh yeah, right. My new upgraded Spanish armies are attacking. Oh boy, the kill rate. Oh, oh. I put on gas warfare machine guns and flamethrowers. I'm doing every war crime in the available to me.
Yeah, you see their dead are piling up already.
Oh yeah, this is not going well for them.
No, because I have tanks.
Yeah, I see that. This is heavy tanks and interesting how you have like the German and the British symbol, even though the German brick tanks were barely used.
Yeah, they have nearly doubled the dead.
I wonder if we ever get it also then a tank designer with military stuff.
Would be good.
Then they'd probably have to change.
Yeah, need to change how. Yeah, obviously, but like, I wonder if that ever happens.
I just want a military, like an army, quote-unquote designer, just that I say how much I want of what, and then I build the army if there's enough open barrack spaces. I do not want to fucking micromanage that at some point. Like when you're small, you need to do it, but
well, Hungarian army still with like shrapnel artillery, while you just go into Germany with heavy tanks and siege artillery. God.
Yeah, that's the thing. I technically would need to delete my siege artillery and build heavy tanks instead, but I think I can't be bothered to do that when it lags that much.
You know, it's kind of... I fucked up. Anyway, I find it interesting that you really get like 3 tanks in the end, where like, no, you can't just say light, heavy, and like tanks, heavy tanks, light tanks. Then just like that's the whole thing of the army. No, the army was still. You still need troops. That's not how it works. Also, yeah, the German Empire is so fucked.
It is.
Oh my god, my fucking invasion of DC is still ongoing, but I mean, it's brilliant because it draws away American troops from Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, DC was designed specifically to make invasions annoying and difficult.
Well, no, it's that I've only got like 50 troops and they've got 500.
You know what? That's kind of interesting to hear, considering the British managed to do it.
No, the Canadians did.
Okay.
No, hold on. It was a British regiment that had Canadian, that was under Canadian command.
Canadian stuff.
I mean, the Canadians, you don't want to fight the Canadians. Quite literally.
And the main reason why that happened is because they were able to get naval support to go into the Potomac, to, like, take the rivers up to the city. Which is why we, from then on, essentially put so much significance into the entrance to Chesapeake Bay.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's kind of funny that the whole American naval tradition basically happened due to...
It started because of
North America.
Piracy.
Yeah, North African pirates. Like, quite literally, North African pirates kept raiding all the European ships. The Europeans were like, hey, we just pay you off, and then you can attack the other European nations and, you know, don't annoy us. And then the Americans, you know, get independent, and they're like, you know what, we don't need that much of a big navy. Let's just...
Meanwhile, and then we decided that, and we also in that process, we basically decided, you know what, we're gonna treat anyone who like wants to cooperate with us as human beings, and that's how we got our treaties with Morocco.
I know, but it's still funny how it's like, you know, we're gonna we just sail along and we get along with people, and what do you mean we got raided by pirates and people and Americans were sold off into slavery? I guess we will build the biggest navy in the world, and this will have no consequences whatsoever going forward.
For the actual history of what happened is basically there was the piracy. Americans were taken and sold off into.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Captured, and no, hold on. But we basically decided. Well, Jefferson decided that he was going to, outside of his own power, give standing orders to the Navy, which was very minimal, and basically said, hey, yeah, if this happens, you go there. Basically, he went outside of the authority of the president, and then, in the meantime, secured backing from Congress to say, like, oh, yeah, that's okay, with regards to, like, the terms for the mission, and
so you're saying what happens right now is just a long line of tradition in terms of American presidents fucking around with naval stuff.
Kind of. Alright, so like the thing is that Jefferson didn't tell them, "Oh yeah, commit war stuff." He just said, "If there is war, you can do this stuff."
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Like now you're getting into the details that are not really that relevant.
Yes, there's a fun semantic difference.
Also, in 14 in-game weeks, I will have nothing left to research.
Wow.
Nice.
So you managed to full clear the whole tree.
Yeah.
I should build more universities now that I think about it.
It's really annoying to do. You should be able to steal a bit of tech. Or get it through treaties. Or both, ideally.
Yeah. Oh, I did land in Flanders.
I think
I
most
wish it
of...
was easier to see, see while building how much construction you have, or how much of a supply shortage you need in order to fix it, especially for power.
For power, I just go into the state and the local prices.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I wish that it was easier to see on a global level.
That would be great, actually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the British have an Irish uprising!
Yes, they do.
Oh, we should support that. It's saying.
Can't. Because they're already at war.
Godspeed, Irish people.
Interesting that you let their war goals fall so easily.
What?
Or are you... No, that Cheng is yours, right?
Yeah, it's mine.
Kind of conquered.
Yeah, it will get back to me. We don't get independence.
Yeah. I mean, you can probably... Well, not yet. Let me conquer more of Germany. I
mean, it's Oberschlesien. It's pretty useful.
It's what I need. Iron and coal.
That Cheng has capitulated. Nice.
Now we need to put in the war goals again. But yeah, we
could probably, but it depends.
No, I think we will just full conquer them and then they have to give up.
Oh, that's what you mean.
So is this war going in terms of death? Yes. Okay. We have like 145k dead.
Oh god.
They're at 436k.
Yeah, it's not going well.
We put a lot more money. What?
What's crazy is you can still be using Lancers, and that be like the highest tech level that you can get in the 30s. I mean, of course, you can have like tanks and whatnot, but
later.
Yeah, but just the jump is so crazy from a tech perspective of like what you're able to get, and there's just the slotting as well.
Yeah, it's kind of also because of how the whole military system is set up.
Yep.
Technically, infantry and cavalry can be kind of filled by people and mechanized tracks. You don't even need to have a tank for it.
I'd say like once you get automobiles, you should be able to get like you should be able to do mobile infantry.
Which you kind of do. It's motorized reconnaissance.
Yeah, but I don't think that should be. I mean, yes, but
it's a heck
I feel
job.
like that doesn't. Yeah.
It is.
Exactly.
It's because it's like equipment, and I mean, like aerial reconnaissance makes sense and stuff, but and the supplies and supplements stuff and transportation also kind of makes sense. Same with medical support to a degree. But yeah, there you run into the problem of we already have mechanized infantry as infantry, and tanks are heavy tanks. So the light tanks are now cavalry, which is Would be nice to have some choices there. What about tankettes?
Okay, tankettes are goofy, but they should definitely be a thing that you can build. I fully support the implementation of tankettes.
Yeah.
They would even make sense to a degree during this time frame.
Maybe at some point we should even get rid of the unit types and just put it into mobilization and stuff.
Yeah.
If you were to consider that a group of 4 is a quartet, what would you call a tankette?
Good question.
Or what would tankette be for?
I think it's too late for me to get to a conclusion there.
Also, I think my voice is reaching its limits.
Oh? Can we end the war in Germany? Yes. Maybe. No, the Wargals aren't pressed. You need to press them. You need to press them. You idiot!
No,
I said they were unpressed.
I did click on them before that.
Yeah, we're unpressed.
Then reject them.
Yeah, I will reject it, but I told you already they are unpressed.
Seriously, you said that too slow though.
No. Took you like 3 seconds and then you clicked.
Yeah. But we've won now.
And we won anyway, I know. But you still need to manually do it, so
I can't right now.
right click it away. And you need to wait.
Yeah.
Why are there no socialists in France? Fuck's sake, I want to increase taxes, but
You've
only
made
on the rich.
You've played the French game too stable.
That, and I guess it took you too long.
Very probably.
The point where the socialists come up long over.
It's earlier, yeah.
Interesting. I liberated Oldenburg, and when I went over that, Oldenburg was shown to be also the Hanover stuff, but it's just Oldenburg. Interesting. Gesundheit. It's funny that they still are called the German Empire, because like...
Oh, they are the German Empire, they're just very small.
Ooh, I've now got a good old buffer between the Germans and me. I can invade Switzerland.
Yes!
Which I am, but...
I know the point.
Oh, interesting. Geldern is still in the German Empire. The weirdest enclave that we created.
What about...
Honestly, I can see that.
Parts of Hungary are also in Germany.
Yeah, for some reason.
Oh, because I never bothered to claim it for anyone.
So, next final war with the British. Getting the Irish and the Scottish out. And Wales.
Maybe. I don't think you necessarily can.
Could have forced Brazil to give me more money. But that probably would have pulled in other countries, so.
Interesting that the two Spain is still a thing, even though global progress has reached 80%. It's just not moving anymore.
Well, why? Need to. There are more numbers to go over. You just need to get more clout with them.
Yeah?
In other words, more commanders high standing for them, and the concession you can do for laws. You need to give those parties while you do the laws.
I did. Cloud.
Yeah, give them a whole cloud.
Yeah, Japan, you get your trade agreement. Eat shit from me. No, sorry, no. Eat my where income shit. You know, the stuff I produce. Get your market flooded. I feel how it's late. Okay, let's take a look at the world market actually.
Yeah, it's down there. Participants.
What?
Participants.
Importers are... Yeah, over half of the market is just Ottomans, and there's me! And Bengal!
Yes, they're pretty big.
Why is the Bengal market bigger than Japan?
They're a close ally.
Oh, I'm building the Madrid metro. Hell yeah.
Well, they're bigger than me in exports, but I'm bigger than them on imports. But I think but we're still pretty close on they've just got me beaten in the trade deficit. Which, by the way, I will say this as an American, trade deficits, stupid. A stupid number to track. Like, track it, but
It's not the be all end all. It's not, let's throw the entire world's global economic system into turmoil. And also let's start some wars. And
I want to say also markers that create the values for trade deficits do not generally include services.
Yeah, because
also it's not like this was the US's broad long-term plan and move, going from like Ronald Reagan or to
in Victoria as a multiplayer, I think it's good to have a trade surplus, simply because it means you're more autark.
Yeah.
Because you can actually do that in the game, as opposed to real life.
Yeah. True.
Because game is game.
Yeah. Unless you conquer the whole world, then you're pretty autark.
Fair point, I guess.
If Genghis Khan wasn't blown upon too much, then he might have conquered the whole world. Who knows?
They were like a little bit overstretched already. Just
I know.
Pointing that out.
I think the problem was less being overstretched and more of secession issues and cultural issues as
That's
well.
what I mean with overstretched. Like, you can't conquer basically, like, under Genghis Khan, where who was basically still running just a very loyal government, because he basically uplifted a lot of people. But you can't conquer China and basically everything up to Europe and not expect it to just not disappear overnight at some point.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I heard Jenga Khan, and now I'm thinking of it.
Jenga Khan.
I mean, someone pulled a wrong block somewhere and everything came toppling down.
It is Jenga Khan, yes. Then again...
But it did literally just fall down, so... Yeah.
Yeah. Then again, it's also a good song. Finally, universal suffrage. Now I can go and say... No, not women's suffrage. Old
Now
age
everyone
pensions.
suffer.
Finally, old age pensions. End the general strike. I kind of left this one hanging a little bit.
Oh my god, they've got a regular infantry here. The Swiss. Poor Swiss.
That's
that's the regular people fighting room.
Yeah, against my siege artillery.
Yeah, that's a thing where I'm like, they really need to change how armies are being equipped with stuff because
they wouldn't have flintlocks realistically.
Yeah,
they have a bit more.
Maybe you find a stray farmer who has one lying around or something, but that's about it.
If it's all right, I think I'm gonna call it a day here.
Sure.
Oh, sure.
I'm a bit later, so.
Hey, you know what? We are basically.
And also, Sep didn't die halfway through as well, so that's nice.
Can we just point? Can I just point out, by the way? We basically only need to get through 5 more years, and this is probably the first game we've finished completely in
because
years.
It's not completely crashed.
Yeah. Yeah. Shockingly stable since the last update.
Good. Anyway, it's been fun. Hope you feel better, Sep.
Yeah.
Have fun, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, now the question is, how good do you feel, Zep? Or do you want to maybe play a bit more Darktide?
Or rather, rest.
Or you could play Darktide.
Play Darktide, and I should probably go get food.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what, everyone? It was fun being here again, playing Wiki 3. And yeah, really still looking forward to the new update. And we probably have a lot more to talk about next Friday, considering what Death Diaries are dropping. Ain't that right? So, yeah. Have a good time, everyone. And see you all around. Tomorrow we start playing Yakuza 0. Probably also a bit earlier, because it's Yakuza 0, big game. So be there. Have a good night. Bye.
Bye.